ATVs and UTVs. Going on to the last need, repair and maintenance. Repairing stock trailers, they've repaired it, what is it, 8 months
8
ago?
months ago, yeah.
Now they're having to repair it again. And we are really stretching them thin as far as hours go during the week. They work until 4 AM if they need to, and that's what I mean. We could get them to be permanent employees. They'd have some benefits. As well as with their ATVs and UTVs. As it is now, when Navajo Nation purchases it, we can't trade them in, and then finding a repair location takes years. I believe there's one UTV that's sitting in the shop for over a year.
Yeah.
And, now our garage there at Department of Ag is becoming a graveyard for all of these ATVs and UTVs because we can't do anything with them. So I with that, we'll go ahead and conclude our presentation and
I just,
go ahead.
so I'm sorry. So this week, we'll be in Western Agency.
Western.
And as we've all seen, the help that was asked for from Cameron Chapter and Bird Springs. So Cameron Chapter is a little bit more delicate in a way. What I mean by that is that in the Gray Mountain area, there is a horse activist group that claims they take care of these horses, but the number there is, the reported number is over 200 head at one windmill. So there, we're gonna address that tomorrow. We're working with the grazing official from the area, along with chapter officials, Western BIA, Fort Defiance BIA, DRE. I believe even the sheriff's department from Coconino is gonna be involved, and PD is gonna be involved as well. And then from there, then we'll be off on Wednesday, and then Thursday and Friday, we'll be in the Bird Springs area. There's one particular windmill that is north of Winslow along that road that takes you back into Bird Springs. Where the road ends, that's where the windmill's at, and we're there 200 head as well. Those are the ones that we'll be taking care of this week. And we'll see what the week looks like. And like Ms. Jim was saying, so far, I've not taken off with him since the roundup season has gone, and I am probably like 140 hours right now of comp time. So, and my crew is the same way as well. We are stretched thin, and it's been going. And as far as equipment, as we all know, with the rough terrain and everything out there, it's just, it needs to be. It's crazy. On the schedule. I like to say every year, but then I get questioned from everyone else that when I go to purchase these equipment, you just bought them last year. You just bought them 2 years ago. Everyone else buys them and they last almost 10 years. You gotta come down and look at our equipment as well. But other than that, Mr. Delegate Simpson was out there last week, which I actually kind of saw firsthand himself what we are dealing with and what we dealt with. Yeah. So that's my report, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Members of the committee, may I get a motion to accept the report? Vice Chair Johnson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Simpson. Members of the committee, do we have any questions or comments? Honorable Simpson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. RC, good morning, staff, good morning, guests out here, good morning, and guests in online applications. Again, thank you, Ms. Jim and Mr. Gay. Again, as you stated, Mr. Gay, I was out there and I saw this horse entrapment roundup, South firsthand. And with his crew that had out there, these young men, and we had 2 females out there too. They worked very hard. I believe they start at 5 in the morning, and they don't. I mean, from sunrise to sunset. That's long hours. That's approximately over like 15 or 16 hours. And they worked out. We were out there for 3 days, and I saw firsthand how especially Mr. Gay's leadership here, you know, his crew really know how to handle these horses. And it's just something that you don't see. And again, they're out at a easy last week, and they captured 278 horses. And I just got to, talk with, I guess we talked with, the landlord for easy. Even though we captured 278 horses, there's like 500 out there again. So I know that, Department Ed will be out there again, latter part of August. And again, seen this firsthand, what they do. And again, no, we do have people, animal activists out there. We actually go out there and see this horse trying to look for water, trying to look for forage, but horses out there, these horses were not skinny. You know, we had good rain, not about the moisture this past winter, and spring, and horses out there, but they're looking for water. And there's a lot of foals that were out there too, and these stallions are very aggressive. And basically don't want when they do locate water, you know, the foals are not, they're kicked. And these stallions are very aggressive out there, so again, going back to what I saw last week, these are in rough terrain areas. Way in the rural area of Legacy chapter. And the equipment, especially trucks and trailer, go through a lot of wear and tear. I'm gonna need to watch for, again, rough terrain. And going out there, that's what it's about, wear and tear, the equipment, especially truck. And yes, if you're driving on paved road every single day, damaging a vehicle, that's gonna last a long time. You're just hauling on paved road, maintained roads. Yes, the equipment will last a long time, especially vehicles and assault trailers. But you're going out to these rough terrain, it's not a wear and tear on the equipment. And going back to, these are young men out there. I think they're early 20s that were out there helping out. And been working sometime like maybe 15, 16 hours a day. It was, I did bring some food out there, some dinner. I did take some lunch out there. And, but going back, I got director Learn Social did take breakfast and lunch out there too, so I appreciate that too. But it goes back to, we have people like Mr. Brigade and his crew working out there 16 hours in hot weather. I only lasted 3 hours out there, so it's very hot out there. And taking hot food, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I mean, it takes a lot of energy to do what you do. And again, one thing I talked to Ms. Jen was that maybe a chuck wagon should be purchased under Department of Ag, so the gentlemen have hot food, working 16, 18 hours a day. And one of the things that we talked about too is maybe, again, as Ms. Jim stated, was to be a lot easier to get a semi with a trailer. Be a lot easier. Then processing facility, we are working with Crown Point, Ms. Jim. We are working with Mr. Murphy to see if we get a land withdrawal, and Mr. Leonard Associates is working with them to get land withdrawal for the processing facility. So hopefully that does work out. So we're working on that. And I'm working with him too to make sure that happens. And again, Madam Chair, members obviously really, you know, as I stated, now the count over 100,000 for horses out there. And there's a positive impact. Last year, I was just talking with BLM because they're the one that look at the areas if it's feasible for have livestock grazers out there. And last year, around the same time, Owen and his crew, I believe he got like maybe 76 fur horses out there in one area. And it's the same area we caught. We all just each other's areas that 278 horses were fur horses that were in trap or roundup. That last year in that same area, 76 of them were caught. But it made a big difference in improving the rangeland there. According to BLM, 76 out there being captured as a roundup or entrapment. It made a big improvement, and you see that area, the forage. So just imagine in that area, 278 were captured last week in Yeezy. That's gonna be a big improvement, even though we see another 500 out there. But just capturing 278 last week, that's gonna improve the grazing area. That, I think there's like, allotment lands and trust land. And we have to be very careful. Because we deal with private lands and BLM. And that's why we have to be very careful. Again, but last week, even BIA helped us out to get a cheaper permit. To set on allotment land, which the allottees agreed to. But we got a cheaper permit to set that up, and we captured all the horses that were on the, per horse that were not allotment land. So again, it's just a lot of work. And to me, Madam Chair, members of RC, if we want to really protect our land, yeah, we have people out there that say we feed these horses, we've got 100,000 of these horses out there. If you look at between Sheep Springs and Shiprock, Cable Mesa, you see a lot of horses there. You see the damage. You see the damage to the land there. I had never, my first time I went through, when you see when it's very windy, it's a dust bowl there. Because there's a whole porch. The horses have destroyed that land. I'm not sure if that land can be recovered to have forage. I'm not sure, I'm not an expert. But you see that when it gets windy, people actually have to park on the side of the road to make sure, once the wind goes away, the dust goes away, then people go towards Gallup or Shiprock. But Madam Chair, I don't want to keep speaking. I just want to commend Mr. Brigade and his crew, and under the leadership of Ms. Jim here. We appreciate that. You guys did an excellent job. And with the equipment that you guys have, they're aging, they're worn out, and eating only sub sandwiches. You guys, I mean, it's just something that you guys, I just commend you guys did a great job. And I just really like to ask RDC in some way, the AIF funds, maybe just an opportunity, because that's to protect our land.
Right.
For our livestock. And the AIF Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, maybe we can help them have maybe Ms. Jim can for the whole year 4. I know people submit their application, or there's you're probably gonna use the budget now, but maybe you can submit a budget through AIF and present it to RDC, and hope McCullough will approve it for these equipment you're asking about. And from temporary to permanent employees and additional employees, maybe you can see that proposed to us to consider. But I would support it. I want to be I want to support it because I see it firsthand what you guys do. I saw the equipment that you guys. They're all old. And again, going back to Mr. Brigade Wednesday, Thursday, one of those days when I went out there again. I went out there 2 days. When I went out there again, Mr. Brigade was had to improvise the floorboards to the trailer was totally worn out. For the safety of the horses getting on there, he had to fix it first. And he had his crew bring all some plywood boards from somewhere. But he improvised to fix the floorboard on the trailer, salt trailer, so they can haul the horses to when they're locked. So again, we got to look at the safety of horses when they're being hauled. And I think we have to make sure that our equipment are in good standing, good conditions, all that stuff. So Ms. Jim, if you can do that for me and present to my colleagues here, to the RDC, the equipment that you need, and things that make sure that, we protect our land. And that's what I want to do. I want to make sure we protect our land, make sure that the grazing permittees and our drought managers have good areas where their livestock can have good forage, all and have graze out there. So again, Mr. Alon, thank you for your good crew here. Yeah, I think You did an excellent job this past week. So again, Madam Chair, again, I didn't want to talk too long, but I just want to really, and members already said I didn't want to talk too long, but I really commend Ms. Jim's leadership and Ms. Owen's leadership to the staff there. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Simpson, any other members of the committee? Honorable Cloud.
Good morning and thank you for the report, Ms. Jim, and then also to your staff. I just want to also ask a few questions, and this is mainly not pertaining to the horse roundup directly, but more indirectly. So as a delegate, I have received concerns regarding the horse roundups. And it is more focused towards chapter workers and chapter officials using chapter equipment to complete roundups. And then also probably most likely getting paid for those roundups and not depositing back. Seen it for myself. I have written emails to Mr. Halona addressing that concern. Also there was a complaint submitted to me regarding that incident happening within the Division of Natural Resource. I have yet to get a response on that. And so those are one of the things that I want to bring up regarding the use of equipment and then also how those funds are used. So that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up. And then as we're talking more about these roundups, I think that we give enough funding to the chapters to where they do need to create a partnership. And they do need to come forth and also be a part of the roundup because it's within their land use plans, their CLEP-C plans. So that's where the role of the grazing official comes in. I also have another concern regarding the seizure of animals. Again, that has also been brought up. In fact, I did have a meeting with our president, Dr. Boone Nygren. And still today, I have 2 individuals that are waiting for reimbursement of the seizure of their cattle. 12 cattle were taken from 2 women. And they were sold immediately. And so I would like to have a copy of the policy where it has the drought conditions, where the wait time is waived, and those animals are sold right away. If I can get a copy of that, so that I could have the Department of Justice do a review as well. And I think that that needs to be a clear understanding. So within those policies, how is the Division of Natural Resource relaying that information out to permit holders as well as those that have livestock? There's also been reports about even dogs. I think in the social media, we read recently about Dr. Ruby. Her 3 dogs were confiscated and they were euthanized right away. So when things like that hit social media, that's when we as delegates are really forced to really look at these policies. Because a lot of people, they do think about their pets as part of their family. And so I know that's a little off subject of what we're talking about today with the horse roundup, but also just the fact that we're doing seizures for these animals. Also, during that particular meeting, there was talks of compensation. And so even that has not come forward. So those are some of the things that, you know, I do think about, and maybe I need to schedule another meeting with our president and Mr. Halona again to get a follow-up. It's been almost a year and there's really been no movement. So things like that, you know, until we can address each thing case by case, maybe that's the only way these policies are really become effective. So in addition to that, with the horse roundups, I do see your numbers here, and we do see a growth in the herd. And then also we did get a presentation regarding the mule deer and how they're competing against the natural wildlife of the Navajo Nation. So we do feel that it is important, and I do agree, but I think, you know, as you were explaining, 6 individuals on motorcycle is not gonna make a dent in that. So we really do need the chapters to come forward with their PEP program. And then also try to help, you know, with that roundup. And then also just the accountability of it is what my main focus is. I know that we do have, PETA, those animal activists, they do write to us as delegates as well. And there are pleas out there from these groups saying, give us a priority to buy these animals back. I know I've received those emails. And so my question is, how do you select your contractors of who to sell these animals to? And so, you know, one of the concerns that they say is these processing plants, some of them are inhumane or they're not well kept. So I don't know which vendors we currently work with, but those are some of the concerns that have been brought forward. So these are just some of the things that I wanted to bring up. And then also, you did mention your equipment, but budget season is coming around the corner fairly quickly. So if you could prepare your forms and then also just get your quotes, those need to be in order. And then as far as AIF, the RDC, we did state that we would have a work session. I think that that's still being scheduled to where we can talk about how the AIF funds will be used. Also, with this new group that came in with the rodeo, the fair, I think we'll hear a report from them as well. But I really am looking towards companies that are coming to the Navajo Nation to create a incentive program where they give back to the Navajo Nation. And maybe this is one part where they could create a partnership to come back and help with this as well. So at this point, the Navajo Nation does have to be innovative. We have to break from our thinking of just relying on the Navajo Nation. There are nonprofit organizations willing to come to the Navajo Nation, but those partnerships do require an agreement. And so if we could start looking into that with the Department of Justice so that we could try to offset some of those expense and then also just help with the goodwill of helping our animals as well. So that's what I wanted to add, Madam Chair, and I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, Shadeja, Honorable Claude, it's time I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to the presenters for questions that Honorable Claude had to pose. So I'm hoping you wrote down all the questions, just a few.
I got it.
Devotion?
In response to your question, Ms. Claw, the chapter workers, as far as the chapter workers, officials, using their equipment and not being paid for the usage. I think we would have to look at that case by case. As you all know, I just, acting for a month now, and I would like to visit about that to get an understanding of what was used and what was paid. But I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Begay to cover how the funds from the sale of the horses are used.
So in Title III, it does state in 1311. You have 20 days to file a claim from the chapter on what equipment you use, personnel, and then the money will be, from there, I guess it comes back to us. It used to be, BRE was the one that was approved or disapproved at the time, and I believe the last one that was ever paid out, what I'm hearing is like 10 to 12 years ago. But that money is there and can be reimbursed if the claim is filed within 20 days of after the round. Yeah, so after you hit that window, like I said, it's Title III, and the code is the code, so that's there. Other than that, That's the way I understood your question too, yeah.
Okay, so we could also provide more information when we do go to the chapters. This is what you would need to use, to submit for a claim and be more transparent in that regard. Question number 2, complaint of the incident to DNR. I'm not too aware of what the incident involved, but I can get in touch with Division Director, Mr. Helona, and look into that. The seizure of animals, reimbursement of the cattle. I do not know which case you are talking about as far as the seizure. As we all know, to have animals, to have livestock grazing, you have to have a permit. And when you come to pick up your cattle, if you don't have a permit and if it's still in probate, they're in violation of the code. At that point, the cattle on a normal basis, if they're sold and they can provide ownership, the money will be released back. But if it's still in probate, then the money goes back to the courts and it sits at the courts until probate can be decided on those cattle. Now, I am aware of one incident in Chinle Agency where the cattle were seized when they asked for assistance from Department of Ag. But the issue there is those calves, 5 of them were unbranded. They were Mavericks, that's what you call them. 3 of them were bulls. So according to code, they have 6 months to brand them as well as castrate them. You're not allowed 5 bulls to your herd. That's not, sound management practices. So with that, they're 2-year-olds, they're bulls, Mavericks, they're automatically seized. Now, the remaining 5 that were seized had brands that were from Tuba City Western Agency, so they're out of district. They have no ownership there. So those were seized and they were sold. So until they can provide ownership, then with the 5 Mavericks, the 3 Mavericks, then they can be paid. But the issue there is going back to probate. The permit there is, they're having a dispute. So that's how that is handled, but I will find from the drought contingency plan, Delegate Claw, where it states that they can be immediately sold. But those that are seized are taken to the impound lot at San Benito, and that's where Sarge will do an inspection as well as, wait for the rightful owners to come claim. So that's the response to that question. As far as the next question of buyback of animals, we do have bonded buyers that are registered with BIA. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Begay to further explain in detail how this works.
Yeah, so it does state in CFR 25 that anyone that is non-Navajo that buys on Navajo Nation has to be bonded through the BIA. So in that BIA and that bond, it entails a background investigation on their end and our end. And from here, we get the release, or we sign up on the approval and it goes back. And from there, they get their bond. And then the bond is up to a $10,000 bond. And I believe they get their permit as a non-Navajo livestock buyer. So to this date, I believe we only have 8 to 9 bonded and permitted through BIA. And out of it, 8 out of 9 do not want to buy horses. All they want to do is buy sheep and cattle, and that's all they want. No one really wants to buy horses, but we get the non-permit hold, non-bonded buyer, the one that does not have a permit with BIA. They're the ones that want to buy. And those are the ones that have been really pushing at the department. Sell me the horses, sell me the horses. Until you get your permit, yes, I'll put you on a list and we can sell to you. So from there to this day, that's not happened. Yeah, so as of right now, we only have one buyer. But before this happened, we had quote and unquote invited buyers is what they were called. So we had a couple invited buyers, and then some of them did not do pretty good job on the monies as far as the bonds. And then there's a X number of dollars that is still owed to the nation that has not been paid because they were not bonded or nor were they permitted. So with that, the safeguard is to stay with CFR 25 to have bonded and permitted buyers on it.
Okay, and then to add on, you know, with these activate, the groups that are, for example, in Cameron. The invitation was given to them to, you know, become a bonded buyer. And set up their sanctuary off reservation. Because what we want to avoid is them, as they're doing, feeding and watering those horses. That are not theirs and staying on the reservation, that does not do justice for the rangeland as it is. So if, you know, they're willing to buy these livestock, take them to their sanctuary, do what their purpose is, that's fine, but we just don't want them back on because it's, you know, one step forward, two steps back, if you will. So, that is our response to that question as far as when they leave the reservation, where they go. We don't know. Our duty here is to take care of the range and improve it. That's key. And we have to be mindful of all of the animals that are competing. As we all know, how the grazing permits were set up is 2 to 3 horses per permit. Back then, that was transportation. Now, it's more of, you know, performance horses, ranch horses, that's what they are used for. So if somebody can justify why somebody has 20 head of horses and five studs in there, please explain it to me, but according to code, studs are not allowed on the reservation, on open range. Okay, and then the next question, partnerships, you know, creating partnerships. I agree, we do need to create partnerships as well as look at outside grants to help alleviate what we're doing here from Department of Ag. With our program, Department of Ag, we do encourage producers to take advantage of NRCS programs where they're allowed, as well as one grant that we are working on with USDA, RSCPP, is to install more solar wells on the tribal ranches. And so that's what we are working on. There are small grants. I will look into what we have currently going to let you know how we're seeking outside source funding. Okay, so with that, those are responses, and I will get the email to you, Delegate Fawn. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to yield the floor over to Shinatani, Mr. Halona.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resource Committee. Colleagues, guests that are in the room today, good morning. Just real briefly, Delegate Claude, the case you're talking about that we met with President Magnin on, we only heard half of the story. The other half is when the family came in, they're actually in litigation. It's a probate case. And those animals that were sold, those funds have been given to the court. So when the court decides on how that probate is going to be handled and who is going to receive compensation, then the court will disperse those funds to the family awarded. They'll be awarded those funds. So that's how that being handled. And that was with the coordination with the grazing official, PIA, and the tribal ranger that were involved in that seizure. That's something that they've been working on for some time as a result of the dispute. I guess a family dispute, doing that. If PETA wants to buy horses, all they have to do is go to BIA and get bonded, and they'll have welcome to buy all the horses they want. Hopefully it's higher than what the other buyer is paying for now. And I think that's where we have to be careful. I've dealt with a lot of these animal activists in the past. They'd like to use the Navajo Nation statistics and information. And that's what they use to go out and get contributions and donations from various different companies and everything to operate. And very little is actually being used back into Navajo. And I'll give you an example. If you ever go to Flagstaff and come in from the north side, you headed south, you'll see a building on the left side. It used to be called Second Chance Building. They came to Navajo and they told us that they're gonna do all these great things. They're gonna have a route that goes through all the animal shelters. And they're gonna pick up all the animals, so there would be no kill process. And so they got all this money, they built facilities, everything was done, they had the grand opening, and we never heard from them again. To this day, they haven't done anything. They got what they wanted, got what they needed over there. I call it, I'm kidding, he's kidding on this, so he bought a bunch of stuff too. We're looking at helping Olin and his crew. Put another proposal together to, let's beef up the amount of staff that he has. He's running his guys ragged. And we have to put him into his employee status because, as you can see, it's dangerous work. And as temporaries, they got no coverage. That's really concerning. And so we're working on a way to get them over into fully employed so they can have the benefits that they need for that work, and then looking at alternatives. We did have a company come in, we're putting that plan together with Fish and Wildlife. We're gonna do some aerial stuff in some of the rugged terrain areas. That's the areas that we haven't focused on, the mountains and stuff. Where there's a lot of animals up there now, a lot of the animals that were down in the bottom and moved up on top, into those areas, so, we wanna do, quite a bit of, helicopter work. We have a short period to really make an impact to address. Then we can start talking about range management practices and everything else, once we address those, going forward. And working, as well as bringing in the universities to provide, some technical assistance as well. Partnering with, U of A, which we're working on right now, UNM and Utah, and even Colorado State to be able to, do more work. They've done different studies on that, that they have, and so, they can share that with us and open those communications, build those types of partnerships to get things done. And of course, in USDA, in fact, we're bringing in USDA right next to their office. We're bringing in a building, we're bringing USDA right into Navajo. So we have access to them every day to work with them directly, and they can help us, on all of the ag issues and all the funding and what's available. So, I think that's going to be a good move for us, and I'm looking forward to for Department of Ag and them really building a good working relationship moving forward. So I want to that next thing, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Halona. Honorable Claude, does that, pretty much answer the question that you had? Follow up?
So again, thank you, Jesse, Olin, and Mr. Halona. I appreciate the response that you gave me. That allows me to go back to my chapter. We do have a chapter meeting this evening, and I know I'll see those constituents, and they're gonna ask me, where is this at? So that information that you did give to me will allow me to report to them, and then also let them know that, all of this information that you gave me, that some of it is, the owner's responsibility too. So thank you for that. The only follow-up I do have, Madam Chair, is that tomorrow when you do meet with the BIA, if you could request for them to share the process of how these groups can become bonded. So if they have a procedure, if that could be shared with the RDC committee, I would appreciate that. And then also talking about the work with the group here, we are in support of getting the equipment too. So again, just begin that process, and I think that with budget coming up, that would just be my recommendation to the group. So with that, that's all I wanted to add. Yeah.
Yeah, honorable Claude for that. And again, I do have Miss Cheryl Curley from BIA on the call. If you can go ahead and relate the message to Dr. Calvert Curley to share BIA's process in regards to groups that want to get bonded to purchase these livestock from the Navajo Nation when they are rounded up. And again, to share that and also to further educate our grazing officials and our land board across the Navajo Nation so that they could be the main point of contact to share the most updated, accurate information with our constituents and our local leadership back at the chapters. And again, I just want to thank Department of Ag and also the Horse Management Program for your endless commitment. You know, I'm trying to address the feral horse issue here on Navajo Nation. I know, so this past weekend, Northern Agency Council was held at Red Mesa chapter up in Utah. On the way back, there was a lot of horses, 250 heads probably. And I know what you mean. And again, oftentimes we get it. A lot of our elders and our constituents that are really still key to our cultural values and our teachings. We get it that there is the horse songs and horse prayers that are tied to horses. But then we also pray every day of our Nahosan Hima. In Navajo, I just want to say that Nahosan Hidamandanesta. The overgrazing is a very big issue. So if you really take a step back, I know a lot of us travel by vehicle. I've probably been to a lot of the states here in the United States, and if you go off reservation, they don't have this issue. Very rare when you run into a wild horse, honest to God. And when you come here to Navajo, it's like you're hiking up in the woods and you run into a couple of them. So again, I get it that, you know, some of these concerns are being brought up by our constituents, but this is a big issue here on Navajo Nation. How do we gain control of it? And again, it's providing what was requested by the program, and we are in support to provide, looking at the AIF dollars, possibly year 4. There was the other projects from the year 3 that was pulled back. I know that out in Tohajile, the ranch out there, I know some of the funding is going to be utilized for the fencing out there too. That was brought up by, you know, the lessee that was utilizing the ranch out in Tohajile. So again, we look to you as the staff that are boots on the ground to address a lot of these issues. And I'm glad that you brought up these issues. We do have the new budget that's coming up. And again, it will be a really great time to do the supplemental budget forms and try to utilize the BIM to the accurate GL code to get those going. So Aishi Podonki Beikati with as leadership and on Nithi Initial. Mr. Begay, to you and your team, it is a lot of work. And I'm just really, you know, astounded on your commitment in trying to address this issue that we have here on Navajo Nation. Though she oftentimes you get opposition, but you're only trying to do your job. And if you know someone wants to yell at you or whatever, tell them go to Resources and Development Committee, because we're the ones that are trying to address this issue too. So there's, you know, both issues that we have to try to address. And just as Honorable Claus said, so long as we abide by the due diligence that is in place. You mentioned the 25 CFR, you mentioned the Title 3 subsection, what was it? 1311. So long as you abide by that and be transparent about every transaction, you're never going to go wrong anywhere. So so I just wanted to add that as closing comments. The committee members, Honorable Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. Olin, you know, you and your team always appreciated the work that you have done over the years. Montana, Senegal, Corona, supposedly, possibly, when that law, it has numbers of horses that were removed. Now, during the summer section, we do a trail ride. And I ride from San Juan chapter all the way to here with my brothers. One time we were riding right there at San Juan chapter, we had just left. And there was a vehicle that stopped us and he says to us, there was two guys, he says, "Where are you guys going, Christina?" "Oh, we're headed to Winter Rock this year." "Ah, come on," he says to me. I said, "Yeah, we are, but you know. Are you guys having a horse roundup?" He says to me. I said, "No, we're taking a ride. We do this every summer for the past 4 years." I said, "Really?" He goes. I said, "Yeah." "Okay, have a good day," he says. He took off. About 10 minutes later, he goes back the other way. And then about 7 miles down the highway. But you go, and then he comes over as we're riding by and he asks us, he goes, "I know you guys are gonna do a horse roundup. Where are you guys gonna come in from?" She said, "These are my horses. Leave my horses alone." Service, you're welcome to jump on your horse and follow us. Join us for the evening. "Oh, these horses aren't rideable, Neela." "They're not rideable and they're your horses?" I said to him. He goes, "Yeah." He says, "Well, we're not here to bother you. We're not here to harass you. But we're riding to Winter Rock, me and my brothers today." That was pretty much the end of it. Now, we have the Navajo Nation seal. And we have arrowheads, the rainbow. And then in the middle, you have the sun, the beautiful sun rays. At the bottom, you have the corn. And then in the four areas, you have the 4 sacred mountains. You have the white mountain, the blue turquoise, you have the yellow mountain and the black mountain here. In the middle here, you have Big Gushy, the cow, you have the horse king, and then the back. On here, on the Navajo Nation seal, it says, "The Great Seal of the Navajo Nation, Baka," or "The Seal of the Great Navajo Nation, Baka." Now, between Sheep Springs and San Juan chapter Shiprock, so many horses. One time, a couple of years ago, we're getting close, we were between Table Mesa and probably Newcomb. On the west side, there was like 30 horses that I counted. We came up, then they all took off. Now, Halate out Elanson, the net and Nathan, like this gentleman that I'm talking about. These are my horses, he said. Now, why do we say this is my horses and we don't take care of our horses? We don't take care of them. Why do people say this is my horse, Donna? When you have a horse, you take care of it. You buy alfalfa, you buy feed for it, you wash your horse, you brush it, you make sure the saddle blankets are good and all that, and you train your horses, you ride them, and you take care of your horse and it takes care of you. Many people need some training at local chapters. People that say, "I have horses," they should name down, no? Now, on this document right here, but it says equine rescue operations. I like this here. I like this statement here. Biga chico huh? It says equine land requires chapter resolution for whenever they're scheduled for this entrapment to happen. But I'm glad it says equine rescue operation. Now, equine rescue. This is what people come crying and howling to you, stomping their feet at Department of Ag and say, I'm sure you kept blame Olin. And big gosh, you done, nah. And I'm glad that you and your team are rescuing these animals. Not only from the environment, but you're rescuing them from people that say, these are my livestock. It's a good thing that you're rescuing from these people that say that because they're not taking care of their animals. You know, that needs to be said. You're rescuing these animals from them who are abusing their livestock by not feeding them, by not taking care of them. You know, it needs to be said, maybe as lawmakers, that's what we need to say at times and be very bold. And I'm glad that you guys do the work that you do, and I do appreciate that very much, Mr. Brigade. Oh, no, I was about a month ago, I went over here behind Lauderberger to see those horses. There were some really nice horses. I saw a Palomino, a horse, a sorrel horse. I saw a bay horse and a black horse. And there was some painted horses. There were some really nice, you know, healthy horses. And I'm sure they eat a lot of vegetation out there, but, one nice Avon, and I thought, you know, these are horses that were rescued. And where it goes, I don't know, but you know, that's your job there, but we're here. And I'm authenticated to support the program. And, you know, he just told us that he has 100 and something hours.
40.
140 hours, oh, that's a lot of hours. Maybe what lawmakers should do is just introduce a legislation that pay them out because they work from sunrise to at night. The other day, we were here late and I saw them bringing in their horse trailers and all that. And I thought, I looked at my watch and the sun's going down. I thought, man, these guys are working late. So we need to support this program for those.
No, they're permanent ones.
Yeah, all about this, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
But yeah, Honorable Chair Nez, and that is well stated. So maybe, Ms. Jim, with the recommendation, because 140 hours is a lot, and I know that under Navajo Nation personnel that you have to use that within 2 weeks, and there's no way just because of the magnitude of need for this. So maybe, in a matrix, the hourly rate, this would only be applicable to the permanent employees. I'm not sure, Brenda, if it would be applicable to the temporary employees with the excessive hours that they have. We can go ahead and drop the legislation and get them paid out. It's really not fair.
Yes.
Whereas a lot of our Navajo Nation employees, they only work 8 to 5. And I mean, you're gone beyond your call of duty. And again, I appreciate that. And we want to compensate you for that, Mr. Brigade, to you and your team. So,
And that would be out of their budget.
out of the budget or the UUFB. I know Chair Parrish will be able to come up with something instrumental on how we would do this. So, Ms. Jim?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a few closing comments in response and to Honorable Delegate Rick Nez. You know, partnering with university, as Mr. Colonna has stated, to get that type of information out for agriculture outreach education, to teach these livestock owners what it takes to feed a horse, a cow, and a sheep. Now you combine it all together. That's a lot of demand from, you know, from the range. And also, we really need to start enforcing, you know, quality over quantity. That's what it is right now. And then also, you know, grazing, having a grazing permit is a privilege. It's not a right. So, you know, with that, we, you know, have to collectively get together and partner and start pushing that onto our Navajo farmers and ranchers, and then also for all Navajo people. That, you know, there's proper ways to have livestock. So that, thank you again for allowing us to report. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Ms. Jim, and I know that that type of amendment or addition can be made to Title III. And I know that as 25th RDC, that is one of our wishes, is to amend Title III in the areas that it needs to be. So again, I just wanted to add that. So I have Honorable Vice Chair here.
Thank you for your presentation. Just like to say good afternoon to everybody that is here present and also those that are on the call. Thank you for joining us today. That's a very important, critical report, you know, to hear from the horse management program. And when you do these rescue horses, you stated that there's bonded buyers. So you said how many bonded buyers are there?
9,
Okay,
roughly 9, yeah.
okay, good. So and does your roundup include cattle?
Within, like I said, Navajo Nation Code Title 1311, it does say equine and livestock. So yes, it does include cattle. And in most cases, when cattle gets involved, it's DNR has to be there. So, and we've been getting by with 1311 stating that roundup cannot happen unless there is a ranger, livestock officer, or deputy livestock officer. So with the deputy livestock portion, all my ranch hands are deputized as deputy livestock. They have the training and they can do an inspection, pass all that. Yeah. So that's where we get involved in that. And as far as the cattle, some chapter resolutions have livestock. And then in there, they'll even state cattle. No brand cattle, bulls, doggies, mavericks, so on and so forth. The language will be in there, yeah. But to this date, I've not really done one to go off that. Only with DNR's requests. But as of the last 2 weeks, I've been getting more and more requests for livestock owners. One key area, Black Mesa chapter, wants to get rid of all their no brand law cattle. One, because of all the cattle rustling that happens out there. 2, because majority of them are all maverick bulls and they are aggressive. And the list goes on and on. Yeah.
And that's a lot of over an estimated 100,000 feral horses out there. And I too crisscross this whole great nation of ours, and I see them all over. You know, they're all hanging out by the road and on the road, or you know, out in the country. And you mentioned that branded livestock will be sold within 2 days,
Yeah.
and
So-
you're referencing what?
What was it? Drought declaration.
I asked for that.
Yeah. Well, let me.
I can get it up.
There is a.
The drought. There's the drought declaration that was issued by, I believe, President Begay, Russell Begay. And then the drought contingency plan was developed by Water Resources, if I'm not mistaken. Within that, part of the contingency, the mitigation efforts, as far as livestock goes, is to round up and sell them. But we could get more information as far as that declaration, what it says on the sale of livestock.
That's what I said,
seeds. DOJ needs to review.
But in all reality, I don't go and sell livestock off in 2 days. So we'll do a roundup through the week, and then majority of the time, there'll be sometimes in very rare cases, there'll be a branded horse. Or there'll be a no brand horse. You could tell is broke. Belongs to someone. It doesn't look nothing like everything else that's wild. So we'll pull those aside and then they will sit up at impound. More than likely, within a couple of days, there'll be someone coming out looking for it. Okay, here's your horse, this is what we got. Or before we even leave a site with a load, we'll sort them out. The grazing official will know who they belong to. Or the person will be there, but just come. Then they just get them back as long as they have the appropriate documents, yeah.
Yeah, that's, I believe that's the responsibility of the livestock official or the grazing official
Yeah,
to, on the brands and then notify the permittee of that livestock. And the notification, you referenced subsection 1311 in your presentation. Notification is done by yourself or the chapter or the grazing official, and how many notifications are rendered to the public?
okay, so. The chapter official and the chapter. Gives out 3 notifications, 3 different locations within the chapter. One will be at the chapter, maybe there's a gas station, post office, whatever. So they'll be there, that 10-day notice will be there. Once it goes up, it gets torn down. And that's the reason why we had this guy take a picture of it. Majority of places, I can tell the grazing official, take a picture of where you put it up. The hearsay is gonna say you're not doing their job. Very rarely, they not put them up. Majority of the time, they go up and they get torn down right then and there. But the one that the chapter, at least they can continue to put that up, yeah.
And I know, I talked to a ranger a few weeks ago and he stated that there needs to be several notifications to the public. His recommendations, so 3, you know, I think that's pretty fair. And, I know there's, cattle associations out there. I think that would be good to make sure that they're notified because of their quality, just like you stated, Mr. Jim, that, you know, they raise quality, beef, Angus, and they should be notified as well. So the grazing officials and rangers, are they involved in the roundup?
Yes, they are. So firsthand, I can't just go to a location because I think I see horses there, but not. The grazing official is the one, the grazing official or the land board member are the ones that request this roundup. And then once that request is put through, they have to come forward with their resolution, their biannual range assessment, their request letter, and then their 10-day notice. That comes to me, and then from there, we schedule out a date. We go do a site visit, we schedule a date where the trap's gonna be and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned that you're gonna be in my home, God's country, Cameron, Gray Mountain. So, you know, there's actually, it's not just us that's part of this problem. It's actually part of those people that live across that, onto the state side.
Yeah.
On top of Gray Mountain, the fence is down. They drop off their horses and, you know, and the unwanted horses, and, you know, they're releasing them onto the Navajo Nation. And this has been reported, and I think there needs to be some fence, you know, I guess reconstruction up there, but that's just something that I'm aware of up in that area. And also they rounded up all those horses near Gray Mountain. And then that horse group from Flagstaff came out and they opened the gate and let them all out. And I know you guys showed up and, you know, did your due diligence of, you know, trying to get those horses, but I did talk to the sheriff regarding that months back, and they said they would be on standby, you know, just to request them to be there, which I think you guys already did. And they'll be there to arrest them. trespassing. And, so that, I'm glad you're coordinating with them. So, and I would recommend, you talk about your crew, just having one crew over the whole entire Navajo Nation.
Yep.
Like, I think we need additional 4 crews, 1 per agency,
Yep.
Using the AIF funding. And my favorite buddies over there at BIA need to get involved too. I don't know how much involvement they're involved in this and their funding and their resources. Because, it's a federal document, the livestock. So, but I do support my colleagues, and, beefing up that crew. And as well as your equipment, getting you all the resources that you need to address this problem. And I think that it's time to really sit down and meet with President Nygren of having him issue an executive order on this. 100,000 feral horses is, you times that by 1 horse can graze 2 acres in 1 day and drink over 10 gallons of water a day. And you times that by 100,000.
Yep.
It needs to be addressed. So, again, I do agree, with my colleagues here that, the responsibility lies within the owners of those cows and horses. So, but again, thank you to my brother Danny for being out there and, cooking up some ribeye steaks for you and, but yeah, just let us know if you're out in the area, when you're gonna be out there, we'll try to get you guys some cooked meals or some drinks and stuff like that, because it's been over 100 degrees, man. Cameron's about solar flare out there. It's probably about 120, man. So you guys better get on that.
Last week we clocked it at like 109.
That's all I gotta say, Chair. Well, thank you. I know your work goes a long way, and continue to take care and be safe out there. And we'll do our work as lawmakers on our end. Thank you.
Yeah, so to the triage, and we'll Mr. Johnson back to Chair Ness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for our attorney, Ms. Quinn. But before I do that, Shannon, a few years ago, out at Amarillo, Texas Canyon, there's a canyon nearby there. And in the evening, they had entertainment. And these, it was a Boy Scout organization that dressed in native costumes. And they were making money. They were making a lot of money. Now, when that was reported to us, our Department of Justice issued to that organization over there to cease and desist what they were doing, because they were making money off Navajos. Now, what is this animal activist group doing at Flagstaff? Are they, I'm just listening here, it sounds to me like they're using Navajo data information and they're making money over there when they're not helping our rescue operations here. Is there something that we need to do as a committee? Does the Department of Justice need to write a cease and desist order against that animal activist group? If they're getting money, they should be able to help. And it's something that needs to be, or either we can bring them in if we need to and question them and see what we need to do and what is their operation. If they're working against us and yet they're making money, there's something wrong with this organization here. So that's my question. If we could somehow Department of Justice or our legal counsel look into something like this, maybe we need to issue a cease and desist order because they're the ones making money. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chair Naz for that great recommendation. So it's time I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to our legal counsel, Ms. Quinn. And I guess, how we would approach this particular, concept with that, Flagstaff, animal group that was out there that's, pretty much using Navajo Nation to rescue animals or even equine.
They're not rescuing, they're feeding.
Oh, they're just feeding.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess they're just feeding.
They are.
Particular group calls themselves Gray Mountain Force Heroes.
Gray Mountain Horse Heroes.
Yes. And they are consist of Navajo and non-Navajo individuals, is what I'm hearing. So last year, I believe in August, BIA, Western BIA, Mr. Gray Mountain and Francisco, Casey Francisco were out there in this area. They trapped these horses. And I just got word about 11 o'clock here local time that they had 100 head of horses entrapped at a windmill. So I said, okay, I'm on my way. We're 3 hours out. As soon as we got equipment ready, we got on 40 and we got just past the chambers. They called me back. We let the horses out. The activists there's too much to handle just for the two of us. So we just let the horses out. Okay, and at that time, I believe DRE was en route and PD was en route and along with the sheriff's department or something. And then that's what happened. So now we are working together with these other, with the sheriff's department and PD as well as DNR. To get this one day, entrapment kind of thing done. We can go in there, trap these horses and kind of get out of there.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Begay. So, going forward, April, if you can just do a research in regards to what approach we could have with the Gray Mountain Horse Heroes. Maybe even bring them here before Resources Development Committee and see exactly what, they do and their intent is. And, we could go ahead and go from there. But again, I really believe that, partnership is a great, concept. And whether if it's through the financial resources that we need to seek, or even partner with other individuals to assist in this effort, I think we would really, have a bigger milestone in trying to address the 100,000 plus feral horses that we have here on Navajo. So again, colleagues, thank you for your great recommendations and the questions that were posed here today. And we would like to continue working together, trying to address this issue. One thing is, this is really great information, Mr. Begay. I really think that local leadership needs to hear this. And so, Mr. Halona, maybe with your effort, I don't know, I know you already have a stack of unused or hours out there that you haven't been compensated for, but our local leadership needs to hear this. And I really think that maybe at an agency council, if they can provide a presentation where they can ask and they can get the upfront accurate information. I think that would be really great just to avoid the misconstruing, of information that is happening out there. So right now, let's go ahead and give the floor back over to Honorable Vice Chair Johnson. Chair?
I asked a question to our legal counsel. Could I get a brief response from her?
Sure, I'm sorry. So, Ms. Quinn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for the question. I think that this needs further research by either Office of Legislative Counsel or DOJ or possibly both, and further discussion with the Department of Ag to get a better sense of who this group is and what they're doing and what steps, if any, either DOJ or this committee may need to take to deal with them if necessary. So I will put that on my list to do some research and reach out to DOJ And I will be contact with the Department of Ag for further discussions, and then I can report back in, I don't know, maybe in a timeline, couple weeks or something. To discuss this further.
Thank you.
Guache, thank you, Ms. Quinn. And again, in terms of timeline, I know that you yourself is busy with Office of Legislative Counsel as well, drafting legislations and with the requests that come from Resources and Development Committee and with summer session coming. So just so long that we can get a report here possibly within the next 90 days, I think that would be sufficient, because I know that DNR and Department of Justice are very limited in staffing as well. So with that, thank you. So Vice Chair, back to you.
All right, who's the attorney for the DNR? Robert Allen. Robert Allen. Oh, okay.
We have Robert Allen, admin, and we have Veronica.
DOJ.
Yeah, they can be involved in this as well. I just want to make a suggestion to RDC. Maybe we should schedule a day to join the roundup.
Bring my bicycle.
Sure.
I'll take my stud out there.
That's-
Okay,
I know if speaker so as a-
that would be great, you know, again, just for RDC members to see firsthand, but I know how it is because this is not working. Can you hear me? What about now? Can you hear me now? I sound like that Verizon commercial. So, we do have our next task, Shiash, Honorable Autoso Shaha. Thank you for, gracing us, with your presence with this presentation that was made here by Department of Ag and the Horse Management Program. And they will see on the hand Kadi get Bahana, but not this kid that's Shiaj Ada.
Just to add to the report. You know, legal, Kaya, the Bina Rihit Olo. No, Kaya, John, now the Hobart. Right now, the land is very. Although all morning just see kids. Although when they're not when they big gashi joining. Big added and the next. Kaya, it's out of the next capital later. Big gashi now. What I get against the dog with their livelihood, that's what they do. But out there, you see a lot of horses out there and I always think about Chayako, Jamaica. Pinto that Janeta. Jashin King with all Bahas Kito not Bahati in the Danoya Yada Kip. Bahati Yigit Anin here half the net be Pitney Yaki. There's a responsibility side. You just can't say you own a horse and it's sacred. You have to practice it to say, how is it sacred? You go out to one of those windmills out there, and go to go to one of those watering poles. How many horses out there need out of that the cash gone? Then nails cat. That how he not they actually trim themselves. But he they say cutting that okay again, if a person always walks around with no shoes, that's why grandma and grandpa always told you, your mom and dad may not have said that, but grandma and grandpa always told you, put your shoes on, you don't hear that. People think, wonder why I have white feet. Okay, there's this trait that grandma and grandpa used to instill in us they say, work, keep your shoes on. But, you know, we have to get a grip of the horse issue. And, there at the local level too. Grazing officers, so, okay, and, I think so, the ignition, that they come across a lot of heat too. But somewhere we have to look at how can we address this? Maybe, instead of trying to set policies and, you know, we need a thing with one area, we should sit down with Bureau of Indian Affairs and say, hey, let's go across the board and cancel all the permits. And that the net object is gonna bring them to it. Your permit will be canceled if you don't reduce the horse population. It's not the Navajo Nation's problem. I have 2 horses, they're on the range. Each quarter, 2 horses roughly cost me about $190 for shoeing or trimming. And on top of it, just the field that I go to try to check up on them, make sure they're okay. I don't know, they're we do pin them up. I only have 2. There's a difference. That's the one that you use almost every day. Having animals is not a hobby. Better not so special. It's the livelihood of your clan line. The that's how permitting system, you know, a lot of the elders have it's that you should it's more of a personal possession. Oh, I do. And right now, but and we have to find a way to put the onus back on the permittees. Maybe, you know, maybe the agricultural incentive dollars that's out there. You know, we say, if you're not gonna, you know, you guys do your yearly count, you have your rough numbers for each. Probably, you could probably break it down to the districts. And this is what your horsepower for this district and district, let's say District 5. This is what the wild horse population is. If it doesn't go down, your AIF funds that you apply for, because it imposes all the permit holders. You impose it and give them a reduction on the AIF. See what happens, because that's the only way you can hit their pocketbooks. Yeah, to make them do things. Because there's some lands that can afford to keep those horses on there. There's vegetation out there in areas that does not support that vegetation. Overgrazing. And a couple of years back, they would have, and the unique thing is about when a calf happens, when calving happens, or a horse has a colt, or a sheep or goat has its little one. The very crucial thing is that very first drink it takes from the breast milk. And and that's produced from the milk. And that's very, that will determine if that calf or that colt or that lamb or that kid, that goat, the little goat will survive. Other area, not sure though, later, later, when it gets green, that little green patch, that they not the children. That's what, helps with the nutrient too, helps them out. I call it can't. Legal some areas a couple years ago, it's a big gashiage that chivo, these calves were just staggering around and I've seen it, And it really made me think about your body. But as land stewards, as permit holders, never, so start that you're talking, that need to be catered. How do we put the onus back on the renter? Yes, if we start to formulate policy, they need to. They will always remind us, but the thing about it is that once you get that permit, it's not something that says that the KIA, the permit does not show ownership to the land. It says it shows usage to the land. Ladies, we don't sign a KIA show it on. That was a bizarre. KIA should be made in ladies, based off of the grazing permits that they had. They had their own little boundaries that they didn't step over each other's feet. The winter time, they used to tend to them, keep them in that area for the whole winter. And they migrate themselves around up there on now. And and we just let them out, and they always knew which way to go to Jennifer. Like they are cage they in the Venus, in the summertime, they could go there on the western portion of where the land was being used. And then if it was the summertime, Tetna need out, they'll be close to home and Argent is Chivo, this, and this things that, that was what I realized when I was growing up. And but getting down to that, now, there was so many, we always had 2 horses. And that's all it was. We didn't put abundance of it, and if they, and I remember my grandmother, my grandmother was like that. Nếu Kashiani Khan made for Dr. Enjoy that which not open, Kodo, and none for the A Ajo Ahanehati A in Napeta, he later of it. King A Cho A and David translating the king was now happening again. And those were the thoughts of the even now for leaders tweet that king, Yane. Because, whether they kept it pinned up or they will hobble it. No, can't seem best on living. And I know, child, I should cut that beat down. I think you put the halter on, catch it, bring it, take the hobble off and bring it back. And none get in the trunk in. But the idea about the feral horses is a whole nother issue. Forage. We either have to adjust based off of what the forage capacity is there, and you have what horses are out there. Maybe reduce the permit numbers across the board and say, hey, we're gonna reissue permits out, and we're gonna reduce this number because this is how many feral horses out there. If we reduce the feral horses, we can increase the stocking rate back to what permit was issued, because overgrazing will create, erosion. But I didn't join yet. You look about the dish or what was the John Curry, yeah, next to other, we got it. Oh, tree, oh, you put it on this, and then my mind was automatic. Well, look, I wrote back, so yeah, big gush, yeah, never believe big gush, dollar, yeah, patrol, yeah. Big gush, yeah, I don't even know, I don't know, big, also, man, this case, this is the potential on Big Navajo. But, you know, it's out there and I saw bulls out there and my thought was, you know, is that a homegrown bull or is that a dola? You know, things like that, these capacities of ranching. That's where I come from when I'm speaking to that, the banded up. Then this is true, the bad what that the Jordan that's the same mechanism for cattle and horses. You keep that same stud in there, you keep that same bull in there. Oh, my grandmother and my grandparents always used to say, the better though halina you chose them, $8 chujo, literally chujo. Oh, halina you chose, and you're talking about the breed line. And Jean Shito that is cut on there. They really had it down in their head. My grandmother would always say, "De dola," but she wouldn't keep it for the herd. She would always tell it out there, and I think that's where a lot of the Navajo ranchers used to trade dola. There's a choto and it's they would trade it out maybe like about, you know, 100 miles away. That way, you have a whole different breed line. Each time you change out your really good stocking or your brand stocking, or stud and things like that. And this ties into the overall animal issue, you know. But realistically, I would rather have cattle today. You look at the cattle market, it's really up there, no trouble, the next that you they're benefiting from what the current market is. But you take a horse in, how much does it cost? Yeah, sometimes I saw one run at $27. Yeah, or $27. Even now, you know, I would say that I would rather have cattle never buy Siskin. The big guys with the unknown, not yet, or and a bag of that's the reason why our elders and they didn't, our elders didn't come to the nation and say, you shop it. They build their livelihood at home. They build their home. They build their sheep corral. They build all their stuff. Whole nation changed. And it's something that we can really help our now. I know that not me. There's people out there that have families that live off the reservation. I saw him that and they need help. I do understand. This year I did ear tagging. I'm almost 50, and the cat sort of threw me around, and I was like, oh shoot, I'm getting up there in age. But you know, I had to bring someone out to help me the next round. The next week, just to help. Usually I would corner the cat, push the cat in the corner, to get my ear tagger on. Then how do you tag it by yourself? Well, just chasing the corner and use the fence as leverage and tag it. Then because so. So but I'm glad that you made this report to the committee. We do have to find other ways to try to take care of this issue, But as a nation, I think we need to go back to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Bedana, first step is that Bedana so Siki, the current grazing permit, not so Chibi, it's not an Navajo Nation permit. I think that's the reason why we really cannot enforce Washington, but not folks. It's just like the state driver, it's just like your driver's license. And then we can enforce it to so long, but actually take the Navajo Nation can't take that away from the state because it's a state issued license. So in this case, this permit is a federal license or a federal permit. So we need to have a direct dialogue with our trustee, how we could try to address the federal forces. There's that the need of the local level, things like that is not working. I will say that the nation has advocated on that behalf for many years. But no one has not reduced those stops. You go to any windmill out there and see how many feral horses are over there trying to drink water. Some areas, if they want to have those horses, someone should be over there in the morning turning on the water for them. And you see all these horses round up at the at the windmill, and they're waiting there for someone to turn on the water. And I would think, wish that owner could go and turn on water, paint the buttons. And those are just kind of, I don't know, but I can't speak for the whole nation, but as this all should not shy up in final case. We have to have this conversation, and maybe just have the trustee get the average round of horses we have by aerial survey and go by districts and cut the grazing stop permits, the permitting stop. And the netto cash in something about a cost jail. You could either have 15 heads of cattle, or 12 heads of horses, or 60 heads of sheep. But that means cut. You know, they're over. And so people, you know, they're that. And then there's those families that there's those families out there that do that too. So it's a bigger question that we have to have a conversation with the Bureau of Indian Affairs to how can they move to enforce the stocking rate of the animal units, so that the permit holders can comply with it, because right now we just have to make the Bureau of Indian Affairs and tell them, hey, you know, it's your permit. You need to see fit on how to take care of this issue, because right now we're doing the job for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Bureau of Indian Affairs, they are Department of Agriculture, so based on the Kali. That position is with the Department of Natural Resources there at the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They are the federal dollars. That's the reason why they have their range technician. They have I think Western has 2 range technicians employed. I don't know about the other areas, but I know we have 2 range technicians that's employed that works with the grazing committee members pertaining to tally counts and things like that. But you know, maybe this is the time that the nation needs to move to 638 grazing, so that we can you know, get a hold of that. But if they're not gonna 638 it, let's give it back to the federal government. It's their permitting, and let's have them enforce it themselves, and they can put up the ranges instead of us trying to get the Navajo Nation Rangers out there to enforce Title III or without being a ship. But the Bureau of Indian Affairs has the CFR to follow, and they can hire their own rangers to enforce the CFR. But other than that, the Bureau of Indian Affairs is not at the table willingly. We have to bring them in. In that, we're working with even I think that the one bold move tonight is that we just go back to the Bureau of Indian Affairs to manage and allow that to occur, so that we can uphold to their trust responsibilities. So thank you very much. Go ahead.
Higashi, Honorable Otto. So I don't know, what you, Mr. Begay or Ms. Jim are doing tomorrow. Supposed to have a leadership meeting with BIA tomorrow. Grazing permit is issued, and I think this is a very valid added discussion. Since I did request Dr. Calvert Curley, who is a Director for Natural Resources, Office for BIA to be in attendance. And for any discussion related to grazing permit going forward, I've made that request via email. So, Kwagashina Hado, I believe it's gonna be downstairs. We've opened this particular session to grazing officials as well, whether they listen online or be in person. And we're gonna provide index cards for questions that grazing officials may have. So what I'm actually saying is a great recommendation that our advisor had made is maybe you could provide this force management, maybe like a 20-minute report of what you just did here this morning to everyone in attendance tomorrow. So that it will give a more understanding of what we're faced with when it comes to grazing permit, and just a recommendation, Shinat Ani. So I know that Honorable Chair Nez, Honorable Claw, and Vice Chair Johnson have to be elsewhere tomorrow, but as Chair, I've already seen my other two colleagues, if they're available, can be in attendance. Because this is long overdue discussion with BIA, because we have BIA pointing finger at Navajo Nation, and I hope that Cheryl Curley from BIA is noting this down, that they're pointing the finger at Navajo Nation as why these grazing permits are not being reissued because of the forage evaluation not being fully completed. And then Navajo Nation is here where I had a meeting, and Mr. Halona was in that meeting as well. That we're saying we're waiting on BIA as well. So we just need to, really rectify what is the real issue, the core issue of why we're waiting this long. And then what are some of the additional steps that we want to take to, again, address the overgrazing issue. And then we haven't even addressed the individuals that have pent up horses year round under home site leases. I know it was somehow stated in the home site leasing regulations, if we still have to get a permit, I don't know if it's through land department or Department of Ag, again, for whatever purpose that these folks have their horses pinned up. So, and all of this is an evolving equation that we need to address. And I think as leadership with staff, we could address this issue. So it's so it'd be great to have your presence there tomorrow. So with that, final follow-up, Honorable Otto.
And just to allude to this next issue, and it stems down to different issues inside grazing. And it alludes to theft and team. A lot of wrestlers are out there not stealing calves. The other is cults. The other is alludes to livestock on the road. The other day I left from here at 6 o'clock in the morning to Ojito. And I went through Burnside and went all the way down to Kayamish. Go on one day. Actually before I got up to Rough Rock. Before we get out to the Rough Rock turnoff, and you had a Navajo Nation police officer trying to push the livestock off the road. And yes, it's part of public safety on the road there. But what I'm getting to is that, there's heard other issues that public safety needs to address. Our Navajo ranchers are allowing, there's a reason why these livestock go onto the highway. It's due to forage. And how can easily jump the right-of-way fence. Down in Chino, you go over. If it really wants to get on the other side, don't let it take that. They think, oh, there's a fence there. That's a state issue. They have to monitor those things. They basically told it that there used to be 2 donkeys that was just jump the road there. And I haven't seen that the donkeys, yeah, but I think somebody took them in. King, you should, but, I quite guess that, you're not just going up. Genital leadership board work on. So, okay, always see where the livestock comes out the road and it's an issue, and one of my thought was that, you know, maybe somewhere we have to start getting a unit of, Department of Agriculture to start impounding these livestock. But again, the issue will be manpower in order to, put these animals. And I don't, the other issue too is that it's all over. You drive up Route 12 from Lupton. That's probably the most place that I've seen that big gushy, oh, you get you. If you convert that to money, heifers and cows and, issue that, oh, you remember the name, and some of it's probably due to, there's no right of fence there. But, you know, Navajos aren't really, or people traveling the road there aren't really walking out or those roads out of jail. They end up hitting these animals. They're not careful. Oh, up in the other roads are really greasy, yeah, that keep on Burnside. Before all the, livestock are on the road. But I think not too long ago, the highway right away, and, but, you know, that was one of the main issues there. And leading to a lot of these homes or the travelers hitting these livestock on the road. We have to, address that also, because I not fishing on keep it indeed. I should actually dig over the Nisha. But I think, you know, the bigger picture is, I think that's something that you have to, put into your plans. You know, it may cost a lot and the nation may not fund it this coming year, but it's worth getting something together and realistically saying this is what it could cost. But again, you know, it's good to have livestock around and things like that, but there's a difference between what you're doing. There's a difference of where you can sit there and just let it roam anywhere and get into people's way. Do we start allowing insurance companies to actually assert claims against the Navajo ranchers? If, you know, if a vehicle hits a cow or a horse, I should be limit. And that if we pass that liability on to the rancher or to the owner. Then, oh, that's not my horse, that's not my cow, I don't need all this. And I think that's the step that we need to take. I see, because they're not adhering to it. Thank you.
Yeah, Josh, I believe we had 2 hours discussion on this. Yeah, this was a really good dialogue. And I hope to see you both tomorrow at the discussion with VIA. So this time I'd like to go ahead and take this report to our roll call vote. Ready?
The Madam Chair, members of RDC. This is roll call vote for receiving reports item 5A. Honorable Shawna Pla, how do you vote? Honorable Shawna Pla, the screen. Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lynn Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote? Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Bushy. So with that, motion carries and the report is accepted. Thank you again for your presentation. You, Mr. Holona, as well. And with some of the questions that were posed here today, I've noted it. So in case tomorrow I can go ahead and ask some of these questions to our federal partner VIA. Yeah. Going on to item letter B. Thank you, and thank you for all you do again. Yeah, and Chicago. Letter B, report from Division of Natural Resources, Zion Enterprises LLC on the post Navajo Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association PRCA rodeo event held in Windsor Rock, Arizona, and upcoming Navajo Nation Fair. We do have presenters, Mr. Holona, Division Director for DNR. We have Ms. Dina Jackson, a Managing Partner, Carol Holion, Managing Partner, Jamie Arviso, Event Specialist with Zion Enterprise LLC.
Yes.
So. And thank you for being patient. This was a really great dialogue. I'm sure that it was very informative for you all as well.
Wow, we're stupid.
Right? Okay, so we will allow 20 minutes for your report. And we will be starting at 12:50 on your report. Okay, so when you're done setting up, just let us know that we can go ahead and start the time clock. You're ready?
Ready.
Okay, 12:50 it is for 20 minutes.
Appreciate, Madam Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee. We're very honored to be before the committee today to share a report on a very successful PRCA rodeo. Well, I just briefly wanted to say that, the division made a administrative decision, at the end of, 2023 to take the fair office out of the Department of Ag. And having done so, then we took those internal funds there and we contracted Zion to be able to help us evaluate the fair, evaluate all the events that we have, put a plan together to, for this coming year, 2024. And the first one would be the pro rodeo that we had, and I hope you all attended. It was an incredible event, so I'm gonna turn the time over to Ms. Arvizo, Jamie Arvizo. I want to note that if she starts kind of leaning one way, she drove all the way from Wyoming because she was up there supporting her son, who just won the national intercollegiate rodeo up there as the world champion for King Rope. So, I'm very proud mom, but you made it all the way here for this report.
Thank you, Mr. Helena. Before we go to Jamie, I'm Dina Jackson and thank you for giving us this time. I just want to officially introduce Zion Enterprises to this committee. We are a full service marketing, public relation and events planning team. All Navajo women owned #1 priority business. And this is our first time since 2015, where we've been in business, that we've done business with Navajo. And we have a passion for rodeo, and this event was something that was near and dear to our heart. So we hope that you enjoy our presentation. Thank you.
Nice.
I'm gonna leave it to Jamie.
Okay.
I'm Carol Molion, also managing partner of Zion Enterprises, and we'll turn it over to Jamie.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Jamie Arvizo. Kotoni Nashlido, Nation Yabashishi, the Shindashi Ashu Dashmalan. I'm from Tisto, Arizona, and I'm glad to be part of the team with these ladies. So we're just gonna, the PowerPoint that we gave you is a little different than what is up here, so I would rather you look at the screen than at the PowerPoint. So we just introduced ourselves. We're a Navajo Woman company, but we also come with a whole small committee of volunteers, and that's in the bottom picture down there. When we agreed to do this job, we brought to the table our Navajo cowboys. We brought to the table Derek Begay, Eric Rogers, Aaron Sinajini. We asked them for their guidance. We wanted the rodeo to be put on for cowboys by cowboys. These cowboys have gone everywhere in the United States. They have gone to every big rodeo and every small rodeo, and they also come back to the Navajo Nation to compete here. So what we did was we asked them, how do we make the Navajo Nation Pro Rodeo better than what it is? How do we make it compete with some of the biggest rodeos out there? What do we need to do to put Winter Rock and the Navajo Nation on the map? How do we put our rodeo on the map? How do we make it a big stop? So we collaborated with the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources. Everything that we're going to show you today, we did not do it by ourselves. We did it with the help of Mr. Colonna, Mr. Charlie, Brenda Holgate, and the Navajo Nation Fair Office with Jeffrey Plummer, the Office of the President, Vice President, as well. So nothing can be done on our own. And when we received this contract, it started in March of 2024. the Navajo Nation Pro Rodeo was always held during 4th of July. So when we received this contract, the Department of Agriculture had already sent out requests for proposals in January of 2024. They changed the dates to May 31st, June 1st, and June 2nd. When we sat at the table, there was already 5 proposals that have been received. And we opened those proposals with our entire team, as well as the Navajo Nation in March of 2024. The rodeo used to be called the 4th of July Treaty Days, and we felt that we needed a new name because we said that the treaty wasn't something that was good for the nation or for Native peoples. So we call it the Home of the Navajo. The Nebuchadnezzar was the name. And what we did was we really focused this on revenue. How do we put money into this event? And how do we get money back? We looked at the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds, we looked at the Navajo Nation Fair, we looked at some of their expenses and some of the reports that were submitted. And what it looked like was, and how I explain it was that they had a big party, but no money is ever put back into the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds. The fairground is just a place where they have a big event and nobody reinvests back into the fairgrounds. How do we, and that's why it's in the condition that it is in today. So based off of that, in March of 2024, we sat down and we asked for all the NOSHA reports, we asked for risk management reports, we asked for the office environmental health report, we asked for public safety reports. We sat down, we created a map, we highlighted all the big deficiencies and all the big citations that were given on those reports, and we created an action plan. We brought everybody to the table. We said, how do we make this better? How do we make it better for you guys as public safety officials or servants, as well as NOSHA? I mean, we have to protect the people, we have to protect everyone that comes to this fairgrounds, we have to protect the Navajo Nation, the Division of Natural Resources. It's a really big event that happens. So our first priority was the grandstands. So the photo on the far left is the main grandstands. And they were built so long ago that some of them, there's 3 of them that were really badly chipped at the end. So Mr. Plummer at the fairgrounds, along with some of the helpers that he had, were able to go back and reset those footings. They were able to take them completely down, reframe them, reform them, with the help of NOSHA, with the help of risk management, with the help of, and what was it, the engineer. They were able to come up with a plan to recreate those forms. They were able to create brand new concrete sidings on the side. So that was our biggest priority. So we're looking at admission. If we're gonna make admission and if we're gonna make revenue off admission, we have to create safe places for people to sit. So our next priority was the designated ADA wheelchair parking. It's very sad to go to the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds and watch people get stuck in the gravel with wheelchairs. Very sad to see that they have nowhere to sit. In the top picture to the far right, with the gentleman with the orange vest, is where ADA wheelchair sitting used to be. And it's very sad to walk by everybody during Navajo Nation Fair and everyone's walking in front of where the wheelchairs are. And it shouldn't be like that. So we said, let's make this a priority. So through the help of in-kind services through the Navajo Nation Division of Transportation, NECA, and Arviso Construction, we're able to gain monetary sponsorships from 4 Rivers through Jim Garn to form that area up to pour new concrete. So the pictures on the left are the before pictures. So, and the pictures on the right are the pictures after the job was completed. So now the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds has a designated wheelchair parking space. And it was very neat to see Saturday night during the rodeo that there was people parked and it was like, oh my God, it's so it was very touching. It was very emotional to see that because this was something that we had to fight for to get. We made sure that everything was to code, working with no-show, working with risk management, working with our construction crew. And our job really at Zion and our focus is really to say, we don't want to Band-Aid stuff. We don't want to put a Band-Aid on anything. We want to fix things properly. We want things to last. We want this to be something that when we're old, we can sit there in our own wheelchairs. So the next step was a third priority was the ADA and the elderly walkways. If you're familiar and you've gone to this fairgrounds, they've tried several things. They've tried gravel, they've tried the green turf. They've tried a lot of different things, but like I said, we didn't want to Band-Aid stuff. We wanted to do things correctly. We wanted to do things that last. So we reached out to INDOT, we reached out to NECA, and we worked very hard to get monetary sponsorships through the Division of General Services, America's Communication, and we reached out to Prestigious Paving with George Munoz to say, how do we get this project done? So the pictures on the left at the top is INDOT leveling that walkway. The picture at the bottom left is them actually pouring asphalt. So NECA was able to provide labor. NECA was also able to provide the machinery and the guidance. So they really put us under their arm and said, let's go do this. They reached out to INDOT, they created a plan. The picture on the right underneath the tree is the actual asphalt area that was paved. That was very heart touching too, to see people walk through there and not have to worry about tripping on gravel or anything like that. And then we also had a stripe on the far right. Priority 4, the video that is playing there. When we sat down with the NOSHA report and the EPA report, the risk management, a lot of these issues like that outlet right there are, all of those are supposed to be GFCI outlets. A lot of that electrical, what we found out was a lot of that electrical was done not to code. It was not safe. It was not properly completed. And our goal was to fix that. So the picture in the middle is the new area with GFCIs, with cover outlets, brand new meters all placed in those areas. Some of those poles to the far right are their old grandpa poles that were split, that were not, like they just use a nail and they just bent the nail to hold the pole, to hold some of those electrical conduits up. And that is a big no-no. So what we did was we reached out to NTUA and said, how do we get these poles replaced? They were kind enough to provide in-kind services in the areas of the vending area. They did a new pole. In the announcer stand, they put in a brand new 50 amp. In the carnival area, the powwow area, and the Department of Agriculture area, those were 3 requests that the Department of Ag made last year. And I don't know why, but those were not completed. And when we sat at the table with NQA, they said, we're willing to help you out. We're going to put these in there as well. So that was very kind of NQA for that. Our 5th priority was arena lighting. There's a lot of big issues on the Navigation Fairgrounds with electrical. And a lot of those big issues we tried to fix, but our biggest issue, our biggest struggle was finding funding for those areas to complete them. We did a lot of work, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And so for this event, we replaced the bulbs and the balances, and NTUA provided the bucket lift to get to the top of those. And then the services were provided by Navajo Electric with Matt Smiley. So the bottom picture on the right is the fairgrounds at night after all the lights have been replaced. Priority 6 was a trash cleanup, and that's an in-kind service that was provided by NDOT, Apache County, and NECA. And what they provided was the pictures on the right at the top are on the northeast fairground area. And it was everything you can think of from, I don't know how many Navajo Nation fairs ago that they would just throw there. So the services that were provided were the dump trucks, was the equipment to load those things in. A lot of those, everything was taken from solid waste disposal, and the Navajo EPA Resources Conservation and Recovery Program was kind enough to help us pay for that bill. This is that same area on the northwest side. The picture on the left is the before picture. The picture on the right is the after picture. So that took maybe 3 weeks to completely clean that entire area up. This is on the south side of the arena. The pictures on the right or on the left are the back area, and they just threw everything back there. Whatever, it's been like concrete, it's been pipe, it's fencing, it's everything you can think of. The picture at the bottom left is that old arena that used to be there that was torn down, but it was not completely taken down. So we asked for NDOT's help, and the picture on the right is that new area where they completely cleaned all of that back there. They fixed that whole parking lot, and our purpose, our goal was to create more parking spaces for contestants. We opened that whole back area up, which is normally only open to VIPs. And we said, we want to be a welcoming facility to say, come on in, come find a place to park. We want you to have a nice parking space. We want you to have a safe parking space for your horses. We want to provide you the hospitality that a lot of fairgrounds provide, instead of a security standing at the gate saying, oh, no, only VIP back here. So that's that area. Priority 7 was the contestant water spigots. When we sat down with cowboys and contestants that came to this event, there's no water spigots for animals. There's no water spigots for contestants. And the fight is during like the fair that a lot of these rodeo contestants have to go to 4-H. And 4-H isn't like rodeo contestants in their space, because that's a designated 4-H space. So Mr. Plummer and his help were able to install these water spigots in this area. And that's on the east contestant parking lot. Priority 8 is the vendor area. This vendor area had connexes, it had old trees, it was unleveled, it was unorganized, and we reached out to NDOT, we reached out to the Division of Natural Resources Forestry. They were able to come clean up those trees, they were able to cut down the dead trees. NDOT helped us move those big connexes to the back. Okay. And so this is a new area, the new clean, safer walking areas, the new organized picnic tables, the new, and the Division of Natural Resources, or the Division of Economic Development put a stage there. So it became a very organized space. We added more parking spaces. We opened up spaces in the arena that were closed. We opened things back up to the public. NDOT was able to help us with the water truck, the water, the grader, their staff. The scoreboard on the left, when we got this contract with the big screen companies, and Winter Rock's one of the sketchiest places they've ever put a big screen. So we don't want that reputation. We want to fix things. So we fixed that whole brand new pipe at the top. So now it's fixed nicely there. We added a new website. And we named it the home of the Navajo PRCA rodeo, because those Navajos contestants up there, that's who we are. That's who represents us, and no other tribe can say that. We hired our own Navajo PRCA personnel. They're the ones who ran that rodeo. They're the ones who gave back. It was rodeo run by the Cowboys for the Cowboys. We showcase Navajo everything, our performers, our singers, our flag carriers, the youth, the elderly, every type of drum, like every type of musician we can come up with. We had special recognitions of Sandra Moore, Lucy Vicente Cayetano. We had a Natani parade, first responders, Division of Transportation. We had event descriptions in the Navajo language.
Ms. Arvizo, hold on. Colleagues, you want to allow an additional 5 minutes?
Yeah,
5 minutes?
Yeah.
Abiga, yeah. Okay, you can proceed for additional 5 minutes.
okay. So, sorry, so that is a video that everywhere you go in the United States at rodeos, that is done in English. And since it's the home of the Navajo, we said, let's find our own Navajo and rodeo announcer who can do that. So that's what he did. So we thought about all the details. Our PRCA personnel, the Navajo Nation has the best rodeo fans in the United States, hands down. Anywhere you go, the Navajo Nation fans are the best. They're the most knowledgeable, and we wanted to provide them a rodeo that was top notch. We wanted to bring the Navajo Nation, we wanted to bring the national finals to the Navajo Nation. We reached out to Boyd Polhamus. We got Survey Championship Rodeo, Bobby Kerr. We went to the best to provide for the best. These are a list of our sponsorships. We tried to highlight them in everything, social media, website, print, big screen. So our rodeo contestant entries from years before, 2022, we had a total of 219 contestants. 2023, we had 203 contestants. And this year we had 470 contestants that came to the Navajo Nation. The PRCA rodeo payouts for the weekend of May 31st to June 2nd. Window Rock had all the PRC rodeos that weekend. Window Rock was the first and the top rodeo of the weekend. That's something to be very proud of. We also brought the Cowboy Channel to the Navajo Nation. It was broadcasted live on TV. Our businesses, our Navajo companies, our enterprises were showcased worldwide with their logos as event sponsors. Internet in-kind was provided by Navajo Technology Services. Eric Rogers brought steer roping to the Navajo Nation, which has never been done before. And we sold Navajo merchandise. And we really brought these cowboys in to say, hey, help us connect with the Navajo fans. And that's exactly what they did. The last part on our revenues-based event was our country western dances. And that was held at Nakai Hall. That was a very successful event. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, ladies. So we have a motion by Chair Nez. May I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson, thank you. So members of the committee, do we have any questions for the committee or the presenters here this morning? Chair Nez.
Yeah. Ms. Arvizo, and sharing your clan with us tonight, actually, it means a lot. Although, Mr. Halona, how come we couldn't have brought them in 10 years ago?
They were hiding.
They were, huh? Congratulations to your son.
Thank you.
And I remember you, Ines, and your sister as well. I used to travel with my cousins, Alfred Gorman Jr., Alfred Gorman Sr., and Allison Gorman to these rodeos way back in the day, you know, so. You certainly appreciate this. Really puts a smile on my face just listening to your presentation and how Mr. Halona, you're in trouble with me now, so. I'm glad that we have some new people here that, you know, is gonna really enhance not only the fairgrounds, but Winter Rock. And to actually see improvements. You know, the last time that I went there was in 2019, the first year that I became a delegate. And that year we had PBR over there, and our local cowboy from Sawmill was there, Cody Jesus. So Job Ahmsen, and now that, you know, that time Derek McKay was also the helping out there and everything. So it's good to see you. I'm just excited for you all, that you're doing a good job. I'm proud of our Navajo women here, business minded, and you guys know exactly just by what you showed us, the direction that you know that this is gonna go. We're really the fair board right here. So if you ever have issues with Mr. Malone, you can come straight directly to us. So we'll try and do what we can to help. But there is a funding available. I remember we had approved through the AIF to at least put up some money as well. Maybe we can still do that with whatever 17 of those that need to be reallocated. Maybe somehow we need to put some in there annually, so more improvements can happen, because now, I remember the first time the museum was running it, and then Parks and Rec, and then Department of Ag, and now them. So I think this is where it belongs right here. So I don't, just seeing what we've seen, and you're only, when did you guys get hired? Just recently?
March.
And, you know, that's a lot of work that you all did so far. So now I'm excited to come back and go watch and be a spectator. So, and maybe I can borrow one of your horses and I can ride the grand entry there as well. So, yeah, I'm just happy. And thank you for coming before the committee here. Back to you, Chair. I don't want to be long-winded. So, yeah.
Question, if you have,
God bless you all too.
yes, Jiaj, Speaker So.
Thank you for presentation. And,
Did they send that?
I'll ask him.
happy in a sense, but not happy in another sense. But the happy side is, well, you got the contract to run the fair. I always thought that the nation shouldn't be there to really run fair. Because, at the end of the day, you know, politics will get involved. And, so it has to, and then even today, I would think that the Navajo Nation Fair shouldn't be run by the Navajo Nation. It should be run by a separate group of entity, like an enterprise. So that they could, you know, contract out, find individuals that could run programs for us so that, you know, they have marching orders to generate revenue. So I give you guys all the kudos. Number two, the side that I don't like is you're enterprise, an LLC that actually got NTUA to come to you, that actually got NDOT to come to you. You got NECA to come to you without putting a halter on and try to drag him into the room here. The need of the Navajo people. And it really disheartens me. The travel program should be out there providing those services, but that motor grader services that being provided out there, that your lovely parking lot there. Navajo people don't have that. Team. And and things this comes to, the picture comes together for me. I come from Chiba City. On my first term in council program inside, community development told me, anything beyond the Hopi Mesas is too far for us. And Navajo,
Oh, so you're saying.
and it really puts the piece together for me to say that travel program would rather see the world turn here in the winter month. When say, oh, I need this grade, I need this graded. You're in dot over there driving their grader over there. You have a utility pole that has been split or, struck by lightning and whatnot. But we have utility poles out there on Navajo where NTUA will charge the customer. But they're giving it to you for free. That's what I mean. You're not a travel entity, but you had this enterprise come with, oh, okay, we're willing to work with you. And that's why the second part is, I don't know why the travel programs that are supposed to be providing direct services, we're putting money into this. It's actually general fund money. Every year, travel programs coming before council say, oh, we need this much money to provide direct services. How much of those dollars that we appropriated of direct services were really reallocated to the fairgrounds? And this is the common practice of Navajo. Thank you for giving me the listing for the programs that contribute money or contribute their sponsorship, because budget season's coming. Those monies are supposed to be for Navajo people out there who don't have maybe electric, who don't have water, who don't have, but yet as elected leaders, we're bombarded every day. We want electric, we want water, we want this, we want that. How come we haven't get this? And I would say we appropriated dollars to travel programs to make these, to provide you services. And right now, I'll tell you right now, is that we talk social services is pertaining to some funds. And then, you're saying, no, how come we don't get these services? Now, people say that out in my area. We appropriate monies for these services for you. How come the programs, the divisions are not providing these services directly? But yet, as an LLC, you got your new contractor. I'm happy and okay. But you got an enterprise, NETA, NDOT, NTUA, NETA and NDOT to the table willingly. Give you something for free. And those are just some of my thoughts. But yet you have pothole issues that NDOT should be taken care of throughout the Navajo Nation. Or things like that. I get the sentiment of, putting on a good show. But our elders, our people out there, that come from the Western, don't travel out here for the fairs. It may be enticed to certain groups that go into that area. Years ago, when they used to have a song and dance there, you would have the people that would go to song and dances go there and have there at the 4th of July celebration, or the powwow be going on. But at some point it changed, and it was just a rodeo, and a lot of I myself, I'll go here and there, but it's not something that tickles my feet. But bottom line is that I'm glad that you got the contract. You're doing some movements and things like that, and I wish you guys the best to try to put toe on for the Navajo people. But listening and maybe just like we have, the enterprises and the tribal programs. I have people in that. Well, the seasons come in and maybe we need to start. I mean, the grandma and grandpa that has that road that's not graded, and here you have that grader moving over here on the fairground. Running grading hours. And is that road grading money the dollars, is it tied to the federal dollars that trickle in? There's policies to those federal dollars. Are they working within the scope of providing that motor grader service? Or is it tribal general fund monies? Because NDOT runs off of almost 100% of federal dollars. If it comes up, it may be an audit issue. I don't know. So those are just some of my thoughts with the travel program. But again, thank you for coming forth to try to run the nation. And I really wish you, whether the nation's fair, but I wish you the very best. Continue to do what you are doing. The bottom line at the end of the day, how the events are scheduled is that it's supposed to be I guess, an organization that's supposed to be regenerating money. That's why the reason why they have their proprietary account. Whatever revenue they generate, let's go into that fund. Working with Parks and Rec. And so those are just some of my thoughts. And you know, I wish you the best on that to help put a big good show on for the nation. But at the end of the day, my role and my responsibility, Navajo people. And I guarantee you that, you know, anyone that stay in, that I had other things. I didn't have enough time to go and grace myself at the rodeo there to be highlighted. People that don't have homes today. Don't have water, don't have electricity. As the program indicated to me at one point that anything beyond the Hopi Mesas is too far for us. That tells you how Winter thinks about the outskirts of the Navajo Nation. They would Mississippi kids. But I wish you the very best to work with DNR to put a good show on for 4th of July. I'm sure that's gonna go on to the Navajo Nation Fair. But bottom line is at the end of the day, you know, we have to find ways to allow this fair business to operate itself, to generate its own money. Instead of coming back to the nation. But we have an amendment coming. Where it's gonna stop all the Navajo Nation programs investing into the fair. That budget. So that's coming up because you have Shiprock Fair. You have all the fairs that don't, that sort of programs don't invest monies into those fairs, but Eastern Fair is coming up. I guarantee you there's no Navajo tribal program that's sponsoring it. Then go to Western, then you go to Jimmy Central Fair, then the community is running it themselves. But here, it's based off of the, you know, when it comes to budget season in the end of the year, I did an amendment to the Navajo Nation for the Navajo Nation programs. It closed all the doors on what we call the LATs. Any unused dollars, program dollars, will lapse back into the general funds. Because programs would move money for what it was destined to hire an employee or something left over for, like, you know, supplies, they would reallocate those dollars for something else in the year. And things like that. Now we have that lapse, and that's in place. And I think that we have to continue to try to find better ways for our Navajo people to benefit from the common That's just who I am. So, autistic kids. Cause, they have everyday things they do too. Sheep, our livestock at home, kids, things like that. But their world out there, is not really thought of from where I come from. When it comes to the fair and things like that. Really makes them think twice now. And, so I try not to go over there. Last year I didn't even go. Now Mission Fair, I didn't go. Just bypassing and things like that. It's another fair that has been infused by the Navajo Nation government to run. But yet, people out there don't have services. So, that's, and again, your slide showed what programs, things like that have extra money, and that tells me that they can operate with less this year. Again, thank you very much, and I wish you the best for working with DNR to have a fair, 4th of July fair this year. And I don't know if it's on to the now Mission Fair. So, you do with that. Thank you.
Speaker, so any other members of the committee? Honorable Claude.
Good afternoon, and I just want to say, first of all, I applaud the women leaders that have completed their presentation today. And I appreciate the information that was presented to the RDC committee. One of the things that I was looking forward to seeing is the cost breakdown. And just to echo what Shitsui said here, we do have a listing of all the in-kind services. And then also to see if this actually is, something that we as RDC do need to look over. Because although I can appreciate the leadership here, we too have our own duties to our own communities. And so to me, it does show that this particular event gained a lot of support. And this was from the OPVP. And so, it seems to me like a lot of favors were called in just to make this event successful. The second thing I would request is that we look at the contract that was given to this group. As a committee, we were not informed. I think we were, but we were not part of the discussion as to how the group was going to be selected. So I would like to see that, just to see, how this new plan is coming into play as far as the management of it. And then also just the accountability of it. Because just as Speaker So mentioned, NDOT does receive federal funds. And then also with NECA, we hear that they have all these projects, they're short-staffed, they're not able to meet timelines, but yet they're able to pull off these things like paving and putting up poles, cleaning up trash. And here we are waiting for them to complete ARPA projects. So it's very disappointing to hear that all of that effort was put forward for a one-time event, but yet we can't get those services out in our communities. So that is concerning to me as well. And I think that with the budget, when we first came on to council last year, I did put on a conditions of appropriations onto divisions and departments. In fact, when we went through the review, I did make the request as well to move funding out of promotional dollars. And I had a lot of people that were upset with me. But our whole purpose is to provide direct services to our constituents. We hear that there's elders, there's young people, disabled people that are out there that need services. And so to me, that was a priority, not promotional items. So I will still stand through that, as I continue on with my term as a delegate. And then also, at one point, when we received the report from the fair committee, we also discussed the possibility of eliminating the fair here in Window Rock. And that was one of the discussions that we had, because at one point we did see in there was a budgeted amount of $200,000. And then we know that with the AIF, some of those funds were going to the fair as well. So again, I believe, although we are making strides on a fairground, I think it needs to serve multi-purpose. And I believe that, you know, if we do see a plan where it does allow for that opportunity, then I think that it would gain more support. So that would be my recommendation, is that as you begin to invest into that area and you begin to develop it, that you bring in other groups, other departments, and then really have a long-term plan. So it shouldn't be just year by year, but it should be a 10-year plan. What would be the purpose of that? And I believe at one point we did hear from the division that that area wasn't even suitable, was not feasible due to traffic. So again, you know, I think that those mixed messages that are given to council, there really needs to be clarity. And so that would be my recommendation. And then also from the OPVP, I think that we do need to have a discussion with them, and that would be my recommendation to this committee, is to sit with our leadership there to see about that long-term planning, to see if there's other areas that we could possibly look at to see for development. Because I do agree, you know, there's a lot of congestion in that area. And although there is improvements that are being made, we have divisions, we have departments, they're seeking for land. And right now, that area where the fairgrounds is a really prime estate. And we have a shortage of housing, we have shortages of offices. We have administrative 1 and 2 buildings that are down because of HVAC. So there is a need to continue to build, but the other question we always come upon is operation and maintenance. Who is going to sustain these properties? And so those are some of the things that we do need to plan for. And I believe that with this upcoming budget, those are some of the things that I would look towards. If not, then I think that I would have to reconsider the budget portion of where the fair is coming in. And I would rather direct those towards direct services. So that would be my comment, and I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, Shadeja, Honorable Claude, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members RT, guests, staff. Again, thank you for your presentation. And I echo the same comments that were made by my brother here, Mr. Hernandez. You know, people, it works both ways. You know, I came in the community development, and as an adult woman here, assisting through contract, assist Division of Natural Resources to address the issue that we hear every single year about the Navajo Nation Fairground. And also, he's of energy flavor. No, we get that every single year, and something has been done, and I appreciate that. Through, you know, as a consultant to address these issues that we hear every year. And I know that my sister here, my little sister here, and so here, brought some issues about, you know, they shouldn't be addressing here. if we had issues with NDOT, let's bring NDOT in and ask them why maybe those in-kind contribution for our communities have, road issues and we had to wait. So Madam Chair, with that, and members already see, you know, we have concerns about these, and I do agree with that. We do have, it's not, the consultants here to be questioned why these in-kind services were provided. And to me, they did their job to seek certain ways to address these issues on a nomination paragraph. And they requested those in-kind service. So we're going to ask a question, let's bring NDOT in, let's bring engineering in, we got natural resources here, we got other, impact. Let's bring those in and why, they did get in-kind service for this project here that's really presents us here. It's nothing, because consultants here should be answering for NDOT, for ETA or Intech, or other in-kind service will provide by Navajo Nation Division or enterprises. So again, I agree with what my sister stated, and we should still cover our projects out there. Our projects, the three women that are here, you know, they did their job as consultants, go out there and work with these entities. But, and at the end, I still believe that we need to bring these individuals, divisions or enterprise in and ask any questions. But you guys did a great job. Thank you so much. And again, you did your work and provide and trying to get these other entities to be involved with the nomination and to address these issues with the nomination programs. It looks awesome. Appreciate it. Shalona, ready to take you from that. It need to be done. But at the same time, we'd like to see NDOT out there in our communities do what they did here. And I'd like to see Intech also in TA. So, Madam Chair, with that, if we're going to ask questions, let's bring these entities or enterprises in and question them on these in-kind services. But great job. Thank you so much. I say yeah. And it's going to be, I think it's going to be an awesome affair this year. And with all the improvements that were made, I appreciate that. Thank you. Job well done. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC.
Honorable Simpson. I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Honorable Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify that when we received this presentation, that on here on our first presentation, it says the team. The team says Navajo Women Owned Priority Navajo Business, PRCA Rodeo Planning Group, Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resource, Navajo Nation Fair Office. So although the presentation was made by these beautiful ladies, we still have the division here. And therefore, we as an RDC are the oversight to the division. So I do feel like they, you know, the questions that and the comments that were made were directly pertaining to our division. So just for that clarification, and again, I do commend the ladies, but this is at the Navajo Nation Division where we were asking these questions and also to the OPVP. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
The question, yeah, Honorable Claw and my colleagues for stating your applause and also some concerns. And again, it just all comes back down to partnership. I think that's the easiest way to address a lot of these issues going forward. You can't just be a one-team show and try to get a magnitude event out of the way. And again, I applaud, you know, the consultant here and also to DNR for really stepping outside that box. I think for years and years, and I know that we often ask this question as committee members is the historical trend, you know, when prior departments were leading this event, we really didn't get no overview done, nor did we really see any improvements. And it's really great. So Mr. Halona, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to you right now for some of the questions that were posed in terms of the cost breakdown. Also, Honorable Claw had a question on the contract And then also, possible some long-term planning that your division might have. And then, even having a dialogue with OPVP, and I'll yield it back to the ladies here if they have any closing comments, so. Mr. Alona?
Madam Chair, Resource Committee, honorable delegates. Yes, they're still here. I can get you a copy of the finances. I left, the office without grabbing it, but I can have it scanned and sent to you. We got that on Friday. We sat down with a physical agent who gave the report to us last week in detail. So we have all that information, and I'll forward that so you have a copy of the financial and where we're at now, where we ended up. I guess overall, the comment, provide comments or answers back to some of the comments received. At the division, you know, that's some of the questions that we have asked about. Is that when we took over, when I came into the division, what do we do with the fairgrounds? Number one. Right now, you have the sports center shut down. Now you're gonna have North Kai Hall shut down. And so we need to make a decision. Are we going to continue any events sponsored by Navajo? Brought that up as well. They said, well, this is something historical that the department or the division has been involved with it during the fair. For as far back as everybody could remember, there was a budget provided by council to do the fair every year. And if I remember correctly, back, it had to be the 21st council, I believe. Catherine Benali was chairwoman. There was a chance they wanted to shut down fairs and move the whole fairground out to a new location. Have it built to where there's, as someone mentioned, multiple use. And multiple use facilities. And then when, President Shelley became president, I was sent down to look at South Point from the land department side as to what could we get funds to build something like, that magnitude. An indoor arena, multiple different uses. And what the operation maintenance would cost of that. And so those initiatives just kind of passed because nobody would support closing or stopping the fair. It's brought up again. On negotiate a legislative option. Then we know that we're going to stop the fair. We're not going to continue on. We're not going to have the departments and divisions of Navajo be a part of it. That's something, again, that's historical. Every division has participated in the Navajo Nation Fair. Whether it's setting up a booth or having their staff participate in coordinating different events, everything from the debate contest to the powwow, to the song and dance, to the dog show. All of that was being done by different departments and programs, because that was kind of an annual opportunity to interact with our relatives, our people, for a few days out of the whole year, to disseminate information, to rekindle relationships, to look at the harvest. All of that was part of it, and likewise, you see all the different agencies also having fairs for the same purposes, for people to come together to socialize. And so those other, agencies are not funded directly. However, this past year, Western Agency, we donated $150,000 to Western Agency Fair. We did $150,000 also to Northern Fair. We contributed. Eastern needed some money. So every activity, every fair, number one needs money. Regardless of what group oversees it, is a part of it, planning it, the bottom line is you need money. Not only to try to fix whatever facilities are there, but to provide, any type of show. We have to go through and, develop, try to stay within a budget. The biggest is sponsorship too. Trying to get sponsorship everywhere. So everybody is also dealing with the same sponsorship. Who do we go to? Used to go to APS. Used to go to SRP. So some of our bigger contributors, Chevron Mine, Peabody Mine, Kayenta Mine. All of those big companies used to contribute, sponsor these events, regardless of where they were a part of it. Some of the enterprises now have changed, their boards have changed. They say, we don't sponsor rodeos, but we could do something else. That's how the ADA got sponsored. They found money, they found an entity that they work with. Hey, so we're able to get some of those at cost. So it's a big challenge, to be able to put these events on. And, with our contractors, Zion, it's up to them, I guess, it's days. To authorize release of the contract, because it's between them and the division. I don't know from legal counsel can chime in as to what the legal ratification would be to share, someone's, contract. And so to be able to work with some of these enterprises and ask what they could provide, since they can't do a sponsorship. We can help, and it may look like there was extensive work, but some of those work were only for 2 to 3 days. That's all that they did. Put on when Joe's provided asphalt at cost, no profit. And their way of helping people have an event called, you know, what do we need to do? Then the other 353 days out of the year, we're still providing direct services at the same time. So, you know, when you look at the people that came, that enjoyed themselves, and then, you know, there's a lot of people that chose not to come too, because of the facilities. And so how do we make that better? Makai Hall could be used weekly. Everything from weddings to receptions to trainings to everything. If we could just renovate it up to that standard. We see that. Well, how that special was gonna be but we have to cross that bridge. Are we gonna maintain, keep it and bring it all up to standards and keep those facilities there? Or could we take the funds and move all the facilities somewhere else? They ought to end the basal tree door. I think that is gonna be the big question that we have to answer, and the big decision that needs to be made. Is, are we prepared to make those changes? You know, and I've had people give me the same comments as to, I think maybe we should just shut the fair down. You know, because it's too congested, the highway is great. But, you know, some people, that's their only big event for the whole year. I mean, you seen, a week before, they start taping off their area. The week before, they start getting their camp set up. They camp the whole time that they're there. To them, that's their social event, that's their entertainment. Maybe they don't get to go to the state fair or to Disneyland or anything, but that is it. Oh. These are even get you though, these are even get that, no. Aro kojo stop the neta, don't it not say that, or land that the argy the nini. So we're caught in between, it's a challenge, it's tough to make some of the decisions, how do we accomplish something with one, with hardly any money, two, as to who's gonna help us, how to, always what. And so we're always looking for that. Anytime we do anything, we're always looking, hey, there's a car doors, what that? Basically, it's a car doors, what that? Neighbor shit, the hood not either, it's a car doors, what? And that's just how we do stuff, that's kind of our culture, to be able to do that. And, you know, I can't speak for the enterprises as to, you know, the funds and stuff that we use. And, you know, even, you know, looking at the budgets, promotional items is brought up. Some of the things that have been discussed in our division directors meetings as to, you know, we need to be looking at our budgets. You know, everybody has one. So we have to start looking at, tuning some of those down because all we're buying is pins that have a little bit of ink in there for just a little while, but it adds up. Ado can, they come, and they come, and we have big, booths set up. We think we're going to disseminate information and interact with them. Some that will ask questions. They get their bags, and that's part of their excitement going through the fairs. And so, you know, I think a decision needs to be made about the concerns. And, you know, it needs to be made now if we're gonna do a show or not. And at what extent. And who can be involved and who can't be involved, if there is gonna be one. So, cause we need that guidance from our side. Kodoko, hey, yeah. On this hand, you put out that one need, these outdoors, next door, these are called. Don't call and so if it's gonna be limited, we need to know that right now, because we're already starting to look at. But one thing is, the whole fairgrounds and stuff have been done. There won't be any upgrades, there won't be no renovation. We have to look at the other facilities, what needs to be done there. And that's the big aspect of the liability. On today's case, so it was hot. I don't know, that may not be, what's gonna be the concern? And how will it be? And we know we don't have a budget, like what was available last year for the fair. Probably not even half of what we had last year, but we're still gonna have to put the fair on, if that's gonna be the case, based on that, we know that going in. So, how do we still be able to do that? And meet the expectations of our people that want to come and participate. Shit or not, Niki Ad, the Quida, she does hot, she does not those, not shadow, so we, you know, we're kind of caught where we have to meet their expectations and everybody else. And we kind of knew that going in, I already said people will say, you know, what about this, what about that? Especially when they did that walkway, I already said that. And condo, if you would know. I can't put it on that communicate, I already said that. Knew that was gonna happen. But again, that was donated. So we're able to do that. for those, and we had a person that came that day, he was the first one to go on that, you could have seen the smile on her face, you know, and being able to participate. Otto, former delegate, first night, no, all of them jumped on, Delegate, Anderson. Fourth. He ought to be nice, he got to sit in the new ADA, area. So that was really good. So that's, I mean, I guess, you know, those are decisions that need to be made. How are we gonna continue? Are we not? Are we gonna change it? We're gonna move it? But those decisions have to be made, and it's not new. Like I said, it's been talked about for years. And so I think maybe now is the time to say, this is it. This is gonna be the last one, we need to let everybody know, this is the last one at that facility, because after that, we're gonna develop a whole governmental complex out there. There was even a plan for that at one time. How the government complex was gonna go in, and all the businesses were gonna be on the front to support that. And where all the bus terminals come in, so people can get off the bus and take care of business, and then get back to the terminal, and go home. That are trying to walk all the way up there to our offices. Thank you.
Okay, so, my colleague has a question, so before I yield it over to the ladies, I'll go ahead and give it to, speaker, so.
Thank you very much for the response on the tribal program side. And I do agree, yes, we should have separated the apple and oranges. We kept the report geared to the contractors that is currently has a contract to run the 4th of July fair. And I'm assuming contract probably goes on to the Navajo Nation Fair. We know we've had a discussion pertaining to the fair sometimes in April and March, she quite. It's not all concerns, no, by application. And this is, I didn't know that an entity was selected to move forward with the fair. But what I'm getting to is that have about 4 weeks to the 4th of July fair. So everything's done. We're not saying the fair is not gonna occur. It's gonna go on whether we don't like it or not, President's taken out his pen and play politics and do an executive order. Say, you can't touch me. Say, this is what it is, but what I'm getting to is that, I think the dialogue of the planning stage and forming leadership through it really needs to happen at a larger scale. And we know that improvements really needs to happen at the fair. There's a division director, when they got into council, wanted some monies to improve the fair. But that proposal was brought to us and it was frowned upon. We had a chance to infuse, there was actual a proposal that the DNR put together at the time. With this Becker. And that amount was about, I think it was 30 something million. And we're gonna move that forward, but it didn't go, we didn't get to it, because a lot of people at the time, the colleagues didn't see it, that it could be realistic, that we'll get the vote to actually infuse that amount of cash into the fair at the time. But I think moving forward, we really need to have that that communication with the interact with the committee, the oversight committee. Because, when monies are appropriated, they're appropriated for a certain purpose. To that, again, I'm gonna allude to that big binder that they bring in. And when they bring it before council to say, this is money that is needed for the people. We're providing direct services. We need this us showing it. And then they have this budget that they have that they bring to us. And then they bring another form. We need some more money on top of it called,
Supplemental funds.
unmet needs. We need more monies again. So when it comes, when everything's done, when it is funded at the end of the year, when you see the programs, when they have unspent monies, that's what they start pulling out monies from. And when the appropriation happens, the justification is supposed to be on behalf of the Navajo people, that direct service. And that's the issue that I have. And I know that this is the first year that you're running with this contract here. You know, again, you know, I really wish you were allowed in everything, and you walked into this and in future presentation to the council, don't list the enterprises, don't list the travel program, because this is the reaction you're gonna get from council. Especially if this report, if this report was given to Nakia committee, or if the council, one of the council delegate wanted a report on it at council, this is the reaction you will get from council. Because each region we represent, it's different. The need is out there, it's different. And like I was talking to Chair Parrish, the chairwoman for the Budget and Finance Committee, and I was indicating, why can't we go ahead and look at when the budget proposals made by the program, that actual expenditures, actual money is spent should be the bottom line of requested for funds for programs in general. That way, you know that you fund what the actual need is. Because right now, they'll say, oh, we need this, and then they're gonna say, we need this on top of it again. So at the end of the year, there's some unspent monies, and that's what I'm getting to. I have a constituent from Western Navajo constituent here texting me, you're right. This is a constituent from Navajo Mountain. We need water, we need road. We need our windmill fixed. These are questions that we get every day as delegates. And we're out there trying to answer the questions, and again, our response is, we appropriate these dollars to the program saying this is in the name of the people, but the services is really not provided out there. And this is what you guys walk into. So in the advance, in the future, this program and the enterprises on there, because the enterprises is a whole nother issue. We appropriated millions of dollars to them, and they're over here saying, well, we got all these money, but we need these things waived because we can't spend the money. Those are just examples. Even notch, and don't list the enterprises, whether they come to you guys, kind-heartedly to set a new pole, because I have a person into the city that needs a new pole. To replace one utility pole with a transformer on it costs a lot of money. And that person is told you need to reach into your pocket. And my argument is, that's your right of way. That's your one. That service pole and that transformer is not owned by the community or the person that has a home lease. It's owned by NTUA. It's you in your right of way, so it's your responsibility to provide O&M to that. If the pole ready to fall apart, you need to go there and replace it. No, but the customer has to pay this. Those are just things that we come across. There's one in, Whitfield, that's a meter too. And the customer is told that you need to pay. So those are just some of the thoughts that we get, you know, as elected leaders, but, and, you know, we to answer to the Navajo people. It's not to the programs. The Navajo people will tell us, what are you doing? How come you're putting money into this? Na. Or so, with that, that's all I have, done. Thank you.
Hakushi, Chair Ness,
I would like to say something, but can we hear from our professionals here?
sure. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and yield the floor back over to you ladies for any response that you might want to make.
Well, thank you all, for your time, first of all. As Mr. Malona indicated, we were tasked with presenting a fiscally responsible event, and our contract does include the Navajo Nation Fair, and also taking a look at the operation of the Navajo Nation Fair office as a whole. Revenue generation, revenue expenditures, economic development, what it brings to the community for this fairground. We were tasked also with, making that fair office run like a business so that people that want to rent the place, rent a very safe place. And, it is something that it's in progress of work. And I think there's some areas where decisions were made for these upgrades, like with entities and all that were made before us, before we came on. So those were processes that we carried out. We didn't go out and broker deals with anybody under the table or anything like that. We carried out the plan that was already in place in some areas. We feel like now that anybody that wants to rent the DNC Jackson Arena now can do so safely. Until you all decide what you need or want to do with the fairgrounds, people are still gonna wanna use that place. We got an event coming up next month, where we got somebody that wants to rent it as a give back to the community out of their own pocket, but now it's a safe place to go to. To me, as a business person for our contract, it just baffles me that the sports center is condemned. Because I can see about 15, 20 things as a business person, a Navajo business person, that sports center should be busy all the time and be safe. So our contract with DNR is something that let's take a look at all these facilities. Let's take a look at how much people are renting this for. Let's take a look at what was done in the past. And honestly, we had private investigators to figure out what's been done in the past. So we are going by, our knowledge in marketing and promoting people and promoting businesses, and looking at how it can strengthen the economy, and looking at, if someone wants to rent that place, they take pride in ownership. If a Navajo person wants to come rent any place down there, they take pride in ownership. So our responsibility is to assist the DNR in developing a program, whether it's down there, whether it's somewhere else, that is revenue generated. You know, because one part of our contract is to take a look at how revenue was generated in the past, and taking that and strengthening it, or finding areas where it can be, where we can use the money better. Taking a look at how some of the things that need to be fixed, because right now, if one of your constituents wants to rent Nakai Hall or Gorman Hall for an event, they can't, you know, because it needs to be fixed. if someone wants to rent sports center, they can't because it needs to be fixed. So our job is to try and come up with solutions to help them bring that fairgrounds into a business fruition, you know, so that when and if those opportunities come along, that it's properly set. Jamie indicated that, like, as an example, at the rodeo arena, they had the scoreboard thing up there, the video board up there. That it was the most dangerous, the video people said that was the most dangerous thing that they did. Every year they still did it though. So we listened to them, we fixed it. And that was out of, I heard earlier, someone say that businesses should give back. That was out of the kindness of, Derek the Gate fixed it. So we have that in mind, and we're not making any kind of decisions that we feel like can hurt what you're trying to do at the fairgrounds. We're making decisions that can, whoever comes, when, however it is, that they're passionate about their facilities, and that's it. And that's all I have to say.
And I just want to add that I know there's some confusion, but there is not going to be a 4th of July rodeo there. So the decision was already made prior to that this pro rodeo would switch from the 4th of July to when we had it. And that was basically an economic decision trying to get, there were so many events going on over the 4th of July in the professional ranks that the feeling was that if we moved it to a different time, they'd get a better caliber because Navajo people do love rodeos and me as a contestant, as a parent of rodeo contestants and Navajo, they are the best fans and the best contestants out there with what we have, with what little we have from where we come from. We make it work. And if we have some young youth that comes through there and says, that's what I want to do, even with my reservation horse, they make it happen. And I've been out on the road one time and I met this cowboy, this world champion, and he was explaining our Navajo culture to another family. And he said, you know what? They get one horse and they make it work because that's how competitive these people are. And that's what they do. And the showcase of pictures we had up there was that to send a message that if these guys can do it, all of us can do it. You know, encouraging our youth to go out there and try, that there's options, that there's viability out there. We have cattle, we have sheep, we have horses, and we can turn it around. Look at the professionals that gave back and that continue to give back. And it came from their heart that they didn't charge anything. They didn't get premiums. They came back and said, we want to do this out of the kindness of where we come from, to share, to give back. And so I share that with you as a competitor formerly myself. My children are competing, and others who share this with. You know, we're in Navajo, we're proud that we can do this with what we have, and it's not going to stop us. And so, and that's what we carry into our business. You know, when we took this contract was, yeah, we do have other clients, and like we said earlier, we never had business around Navajo since we came incorporated. But this was our passion too, and as a way to give back as well. Let's go and see what we can do to help. You know, for our generation, the next generations and generations to come. Our people speak for themselves.
And the last thing I would want to say is that when we came into this job, one of the hardest things that we had to do was sponsorship rebuilding. If you notice, if you look at the sponsorships that were listed on there, none of the past sponsors that supported any of the last rodeos were on that sponsorship list. None of them. We had to go out back into communities, back to companies. And honestly, when we went to division directors to ask for help, we got pushback. Everywhere we went, we got a pushback. Everyone told us what they had, what the hardest thing that they did was when they came into these fairgrounds, they were pushed out. They were not treated correctly. They were not given what they were promised. And we had to say, you know what, give us a chance. Just give us a chance. Hear our story. I don't know how many times I told the story of, okay, this is our goal. This is our mission. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to showcase Navajo, everything Navajo, Navajo this, Navajo that, Navajo everything. And it was really the hardest story we had to tell, was to say, give us a chance. And when we did get to tell our story, we did get to show action, people jumped on board. They seen the things that we were doing at the end of the rodeo, and I was really surprised that there's companies who are reaching out that have never reached out to Navajo before. Say, you know what, we want to jump on your ship. We want to help you guys out. We've seen what you did. We've seen the production you had, everybody. And that was like, wow, we busted our butts for this. And I'm so glad someone's seen it. I'm so glad Entity's seen it. This was broadcasted all over the United States, and companies said, I want to be on that sponsorship board. I want my logo on your Navajo board. There's no Navajo rodeo, there's no rodeo out there that can do what we did. They don't have the history, they don't have the language, they don't have those cowboys. And I hope it's something that you guys are really proud of as Navajo delegates and as Navajo leaders and as Panis. You guys should be so proud of everything you have here. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Before we do, can we give the ladies an applause and also DNR? Thank you so much. Chair Ness?
Okay, Hudson, thank you. So I go, okay. From the bottom of my heart. This is good. Jonah. Okay. I became a chapter president back in 2009. I was a chapter president for San Juan chapter along San Juan River for 10 years. And I became an LDA legislative district assistant for Speaker Lorenzo Bates. And after that, he pretty much said, you know, 4 terms is good. If you would like to move on and run for delegate, it's yours. And I won the election, and I'm on my 2nd term now. 15 and a half years of public service. During this time, I really enjoy observing, watching, and learning. And I look at life experiences that I've gone through since I was a child. And I understand poverty. I know where I came from and where I'm at now. People ask me, how do you win an election? And I just tell them very simply, it's called respect. That's all it is. I didn't go to no fancy Ivy League high school, college, university. I didn't do that. I came up with what you call the school of hard knocks. Now, I look at things differently as best I can because life teaches me. But what I've observed through the years is there's a reason why Navajo, we don't improve. Though nasty kata, we don't progress, we don't improve, we don't move forward. There's a reason why this is happening. And that's because I'm hating, it's us. We trip each other over, we push each other out of the way, we love to point the finger. We do these things and it just, that hinilta. I see this, why we're not progressing. we're jealous of others. Or cheat like a son. Often think about it, and I pray for my people all the time. The Bible and Proverbs, it talks about wisdom. It says, wisdom uttereth her voice in the streets. Now, wisdom uttereth her voice in the streets. Okay. What is it saying? It sounds very simple. Proverbs originally was written in Hebrew. So you have to go back and research, what does this mean in Hebrew? Okay, wisdom, wisdom. Uttereth, meaning it speaks. Her, why is wisdom referred to as a her? You see, we don't think of these things because nobody stirs our mind to understand foolishness and wisdom. But we would rather choose wisdom because there's a value to it. I always tell my children, this white hair is worth something. If you have something to ask me, just ask me. I have something here that I may give you that you will add to your toolbox in life. Now back to wisdom uttereth her voice in the streets. Why it is referring to her, why wisdom is referred to as her. Now, uttereth her voice is sad. Sacred thoughts come out, you see, and in the streets, meaning in the path of what? Path of life. You see, what's up, Nayla? I'm sure your dad talked to you so much about it. Every rodeo that you attended, he's sitting there teaching you all. Now, the reason why wisdom is referred to as a her, it has a gender. Now, men, don't be jealous, okay? That wisdom is not referred to as a him. Now, the reason why wisdom is referred to as a her is it reproduces. You see?
Sure.
Or chief wisdom or chief. How? My grandfather spoke to me. He passed it on as well to his daughter, my mom. My uncle spoke to me. In the path of life, they said, this is how you must also adhere to what we are saying because we are older than you. We experienced it, therefore we know what we're talking about. We want this also to shine from you, is what they were telling me. It reproduces, so now it is my duty to give to my children wisdom, to her children, my daughter's children, my grandkids, it's passed on. This is why wisdom is referred to as a her. Gortela. And now, the reason I bring this up is because I'm sitting here listening to you. And earlier I said, where did you find them? Why didn't you guys, why weren't you around 10 years ago where we would have had a world-class arena over here? But I see your vision. I see your wisdom. I see what can be done. You're saying, you're almost like begging people, give us a chance. Ashwanda, give us a chance. You beseech others to convince by your prayers and how you know results will come from it. I myself am very optimistic that there will be good things happening there. You're almost like a messenger sent to say, this we will do for our people. The morning of the fair parade, people strolled their wagons selling Nashiji, steam cone, products from San Juan River. People selling their products. And on some case, you love your people, that's why you're here, to tell us your vision. I'm here as an individual, an elected official who is looked upon as a leader to say, thank you. I speak this way, the same way to my daughters. They all pretty much, 3 daughters and a son, they all graduated from college. My oldest daughter, Kirtland Central, had their first valedictorian Navajo when Arvin Trujillo graduated about 45 years ago from Kirtland. About 40 years later, my daughter graduates the valedictorian, all by telling her, this is what you need to do to be up here. What, Dad? I said, if you want to master the English language, get you some 3x5 cards. 365 days in 1 year, you should learn 365 words in 1 year. Boy, my daughter went after it. She knew. She was dissecting things, took calculus, not Mickey Mouse classes. I can say this because I gave her something as a guide to go by. That you do have a vision, you do have a heart for your people. And I am very proud of you. And for you to come all the way back from Wyoming when your son is over there, that means a lot to be here. God bless you in all your efforts in what you do.
Yeah, Chair Nez, and again, thank you for the report and thank you for the hard work and effort and rebranding literally, this PRC rodeo for the Navajo people. We're looking at the Navajo Nation Fair and we look forward, and again, we're here as leadership. Just reach out if you need anything, and also to DNR and all the team there as well, up to OPVP. We just appreciate all the hard work and effort that has been put forth. And again, there's always going to be the opposers. But, and just like Chair Nez said, this is God's way of opening doors for certain people. Because I think for far too long, the Navajo Nation has been asking, it's just the same old stuff going on at the Navajo Nation Fair, nothing new. And maybe with the rebranding, the image will be put out differently, and we look forward to that. And as leadership between Fifth Navajo Nation Council, I'm glad that I'm serving here in RDC, knowing that the first Dnepokea PRC rodeo went really well. So again, it takes a great amounts of people. We're just brainstorming and really good ideas. So again, thank you so much. And thank you for providing the report to Resources and Development Committee. Just one question that was asked deferred by Mr. Holona to our legal counsel, Ms. Quinn. And this is in regards to the contract for Zion Enterprise. I know that Honorable Claude did ask that question, and I know that this is an executive branch, document, and I don't know, as legislative policy makers, are we divvy to have that information in regards to the contract?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. I believe via the Navajo Nation Privacy Act, documents are supposed to be freely shared within the Navajo government. I don't recall any provision saying that the executive branch cannot share a document with the legislative branch. Maybe want to talk to Veronica about this. And generally speaking, contracts are deemed public after they are executed. It would be up to the company or someone else to provide a reason why it should not be shared. And be deemed a protected record under the Navigation Privacy Act, but that's for public disclosure. Here we're talking internal. And so I haven't seen any provision in the Privacy Act saying that the government can't share documents with one another. If you prefer, we have some sort of discussion, executive session, I mean, we could do that if there are things, for some reason, that should not be disclosed publicly, but I need further information about the specific contract, because I honestly haven't seen it.
Okay, well, again, since it was a question that was posed by Honorable Claw, we'll go ahead and circle back around with Honorable Claw, and we'll go ahead in terms of the contract, what information was needed. So I just wanted to do that follow-up because I know that was deferred by Mr. Halona. Shiaj, Speaker, so.
Yeah, well, I think that, you know, the reason that question was raised between the contract is, yes, the transparency for the legislative branch. Because, we know that this contract is executed. Also, you know, I guarantee you, we get back to our district, someone's gonna ask. Appreciate that. And again, if this year is thought that, this is the first, you know, that we're gonna see change. Remember, however many years ago, someone came to the nation and said, whoa, we're gonna give you a good show. All of it led to issues at the fair. And yes, you're making improvements. And moving forward, but we just need to see it because, you know, bottom line is programs don't answer to the Navajo people. We do. We do. And I have faith that your company, that answer to the RFP that was put out, I'm assuming an RFP was done. Meaning that the regular process that the Navajo Nation puts out a bid and say, hey, out there world, we want someone to run the Navajo Nation Fair for us. Submit your proposal. I'm assuming you guys went through that process. And through the 164 process to make sure that all the checks and balances and the legal side of the Department of Justice has been taken care of. But, you know, I don't question your expertise. But when you know, a lot of the concern is pretty much, many years ago, someone new came and said, hey, we'll give you a good show. And what happened? But time will tell. And I have I support you guys to try to continue to try to fix the image of the fairgrounds there. And, the other is that, the financial aspects of it, what is the, and I think that's the reason why the nation, or the question was posed from here was related to the contract. What is the language in the terms of the contract? Things like that. And this just those things, because, end of the day, if something is not, was in the best interest of the nation, we're gonna fall for it. I'm gonna tell you, there's a contract that is out there that the executive branch has executed. The executive branch terminated, and that entity is over here saying, council, you did it.
Yeah.
We're getting the blame for it. So that's what I'm saying, is that we need to see those things so that we can make sure that we convey the correct information, because now people will not say the executive branch. They will say, oh, council did. Council is putting money in their pocket from the fair. That's one thing that's gonna come up. They hit that needle, they've been It's 9 days. When you go home to your district and being asked about, in other operations and things like that. And, you know, and I think a lot of the concern is pretty much to, as policymakers, we're being at home and like I said, we're at. We just want to make sure that everything is done by what Navajo law said. Navajo law says, I'll put it, as long as you're in the parameters, as long as your contract went through a 630 process or there's another issue, 164 process, we're okay because what is codified in law was followed. And then that allows you to, that allows the nation to say, we see that this is a free company, it meets all the needs to become, to be a selected contractor. And you guys are chosen, and we look forward to working with you guys. But moving forward, there's a lot of internal issues with the Navajo Nation Fair. A lot of internal issues that needs to be fixed. And that's probably where you have the private investigator that you have alluded to. Yeah, you alluded to that private investigator looking around. Well, anyway, but that's the reason why, or whether it's a misstatement, but on the record, that's how, that's how I was listening to your response there. But what I'm getting to is that we want to make sure that everything is done correctly. Because, again, at the end of the day, no matter what type of show you put on, it'll say, Honorable Claw, what you do, even not that. They'll bash the president for a while, but at the end of the day, it's to be us. Even not, just, again, I really look forward to what type of presentation is going to be put on for the Navajo people during the Navajo Nation Fair. And we just want to make sure that it's done safely and in accordance to policy. And the other is that, as I'm gonna allude to my next question, the rounds of questioning in for the future. Do we take it away from the Navajo Nation programs and seek an enterprise and find somebody to run the fairs for us from here on out? That way you don't have to come back to the nation for monies. We could find ways to incorporate funding that source. Maybe take a portion of the hot taxes. Maybe just dissolve the land acquisition trust fund and allow that 2% minimum set aside to be put on for economic development through the Navajo, across the Navajo Nation. Because you see these as entities, should economic development be the actual agency to run the fairs across the Navajo Nation. And if you look at the money source from the land acquisition trust fund, you have about over $200 million in there. That's it set just to buy land. It's nothing else. We can't build a home. We can't do new employees or anything. That trust fund is there to just buy land. And if we could dissolve that, and sorry for Mr. but that could really enhance the economy throughout the Navajo Nation and trace it in with economic development and make it a bigger, broader opportunity, so that all the fairs could be. Maybe this entity could run all the fairs for us, because if we could get all the fairs to run on its own, as somewhat like an enterprise or something like that, or the nation can keep it under the arm and create, to have you guys manage the fairs for us. And that's another opportunity. But looking at how can we utilize this mechanism to enhance the economy throughout the Navajo Nation. Those are just some of my thoughts. Thank you.
So with that, Dina, let me go ahead and give it back to you in regards to just, for the record, and you probably might have misspoke, but we could just get clarification on the investigation part.
Yeah, thank you for that. I don't, if I use the word investigation, I apologize for that. What I meant was, as we're transitioning into finding the roadmap this year, it was difficult to find a roadmap in the past. Files, information from the past, that's all. And we don't have a private investigator or anything like that, no. It was very difficult to find what we needed to make sure we gave real sound decision making and processes to DNR. That's basically it.
Okay, thank you for that. So again, no private investigation or investigator. But it was just trying to, I guess, figure out the historical expenditure pattern and just how activities went and whatnot. We do appreciate the corrections, Jackson. So with that, I believe we had enough discussion again. Thank you, colleagues. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Zion and DNR Director and Brenda, thank you. For putting this event on and, the short notice and, coming on board in March. And I just really applaud your work and the diligence of putting on a show like this. And it's by far the best I've attended, for the record. So, and just everything, we just wanted everything, to go, just like any other professional rodeo. And that's the bar we want to set, we want to be just like those other professional rodeos out there. And I believe, that happened, and having all our professional rodeos champions come back and, be part of it. Like, we actually seen them, we actually, they were working, they were out there, you guys were all there, and you guys stopped by and visited, everybody and the contestants. Rocker Steiner came up, took pictures, shook everybody's hand, and Tough Cooper rodeo was over and he was still there with a line there and signing, taking pictures and, it meant a lot, and I shared a picture with you and my colleagues, of a little girl and her Che, sitting there. And that's what we did it for. Just like you said, they see what these champions are out there performing. They see their own, professional champions, participating, in their sport, in their craft, and at the highest level. And that's what we want for them to see, to hear it, to feel it, to smell it, to be right there in that environment, to really just take it all in. Because that picture, this little girl loves horses. She loves cattle. She loves sheep. She's taking after her Che, being a rancher. And, he's a rancher all day. And, my father-in-law, he doesn't like to travel because he's always worried about concerned about his lifestyle. First time I really seen him wanting to attend, an event, and he was ready to go, and he was ready to go. And even that first day, the Tani parade, when we went out there, man, he had the trailer, the horses, he was ready to go. And we ended up, he was happy. He had a great time. And the merchandise was great. Everybody got, having that merchandise available for purchase. And, they all, received, the got them some, shirts and stuff like that, and really nice design, and I really like that, the PRC came through Navajo, as a stop. And, I know there's, I understand, some of the, concerns and the questions my colleagues have, it's valid. I respect that. But to me, how do we always improve on a system that's in place? We can't be, staying in that same mindset, we have to be, we have to think outside the box. And I really think this is a step of progress in the right direction. And I really look forward to, future venues that Zion will be hosting or holding with Navajo Nation. And my request for the fall fair, I want George Strait. Let's make it happen. So I just want to thank you. Thank you. Congratulations, to your job with making that championship and, doing all that up there and being here with us today, and, and really commend you for, being here with us today. And thank you. Thank you for your report, and thank you for everything you've done. And again, thank you, DNR, Brenda, and your staff and division for making this happen. And again, it is progress in my eyes and what I see. And maybe we'll get to sit down and get George on the call. Thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair. You probably already heard that his concert was at this past weekend at Texas A&M Stadium, sold out 110,000 plus attendees. Yeah. So anyway, again, thank you, ladies. Thank you, DNR, to the team that were able to make PRCA, to Nebuchadnezzar PRCA Rodeo very successful. And again, we look to the Navajo Nation Fair. So this time I do have a motion and a second to accept the report. And right at this time, I'd like to go ahead and take it to roll call vote.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is roll call vote for receiving reports 5B. Honorable Shannon Cloudy, vote.
Green.
Honorable Shannon Cloud votes green. Honorable Casey Lon Johnson, how do you vote?
Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson votes green.
Honorable Casey Lon Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Delegate Rick Nez gladly votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto votes green. Madam Chair, that's 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair not voting.
Okay, with that motion carries to accept the report. And again, thank you, ladies. And continue your hard work and your effort to DNR staff too for your vision that you all have. And again, yeah, so we'll go on to item letter C.
Let me try that.
You want to say something? You want to say anything? Or chairman? Have a good day.
Thank you.
No brainer.
Colleagues, I think we've been sitting here for a couple of hours, so to set up the PowerPoint, I'd like to go ahead and allow 10 minutes break. Take a walk around or walk in place or do jumping jacks. 10 minutes, Rodney.
Likely.
Yeah.
That's why I asked.
In terms of, we have some meeting on my legislature.
I don't know what's going on.
You're just saying in your link.
Yeah, there's no meeting.
That's good, that's good. And now tourist season, the days longer. There's nobody there from 5 o'clock to sundown, so you can go in. You can go in for free and things like that, but what I'm saying is that there's nobody there, and then Saturdays and Sundays.
Yeah, they said.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back and thank you, colleagues. Like to go ahead and reconvene our Resources and Development Committee meeting. We did hear item B report, accepted the report going on to item C. Update report from the Division of Economic Development on the Small Business Credit Initiative rollout as part of the ARPA or American Rescue Plan, the 88.7 million received, and the SSBCI setup. Presenter Tony, Emerson, Boris, and with Division of Economic Development. So you do have 20 minutes, gentlemen. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Gulshan. Here is in Guangzhou for Eternity, Delegate Nez, Simpson, Paul Johnson, Madam Chair Jesus, staff, Rodney, April, others, also, want to appreciate my team that's working on this, Alicia, Emerson, who are really the leaders of this work. And Emerson as CFO is overseeing the budget, getting things through the Navajo Nation process. So I asked him to help me present today. There's a reason this program is very important. For business owners out there, there was a time, you guys look at like the Hampton Inn, you look at Chilitso Marketplace, Ganado, Burger King, there's a whole number of stores out there. And a lot of those were, the Navajo Nation didn't pay for with private financing, state finance. And what drove that bank financing was federal guarantee programs. So we had a lot of the loans, majority of them were from like Arizona Business Bank, Great Western Bank, 80% guarantee, and they use federal guarantee program from the Department of Agriculture and from BIA with and that was really effective. But a lot of those programs, they now require like an equity from the owner. Cash equity, the owner has to actually contribute capital. And plus a link on anything larger for especially for our people. Although the banks that specialize in this especially like Arizona Business Bank with Lyle Frederickson and his team. So that Diego, Kushida Kyoto, Asturo Sani, so that that's all they did is financing for tribes. And that's what they finance most everything, even like the View Hotel is another one. And even the store there at Cameron, this is where that team was an expert team, and they specialize in these federal guarantee. Now 20 years later, those kinds of that kind of team doesn't exist, And the way the 80 cases, the 80 even 80 so that I said, and I applaud the prior administration. I applaud the professionals that worked on this. So that's really where we'll start. The basically 88 million. nebe baka o the nana nishagi the of course you that's the and those horse is gonna explain the details yeah a call kushi the day la yeah the chamber of commerce a technical assistance the Diego need in that if you don't know in the car not show that WD need a call a just a face of today although change labs a do AI and they are need base of a car I need base of I need to manage financial at all no tiki a could guarantee to batch on a could a tato guarantee need on the call the kushi not hit base of yeah car do tiki there's two lending institutions that they're working with. I call even AA Aja become an account so that in the peso, Yati la, Kai jail, though base about though there's two programs, they have guarantee program and a loan participation program called put out data although the here Division of Economic Development that all it is in A and Scott with the net base of the Yoki 250,000 that go they not in the meats on that now. The peso, even the tribal enterprise, even or youth on alcohol, a call detail, Ahaki Nakanda, the Native American bank that he soldier without advertising the a call they are the contract he got in Skag on the vessel by Nigin Hagina Mr. Same thing, guarantee loan participation a call. Although Nakanda Mr. Wiki I don't cut he got anything not so the car. So I said could not basically just the the neck the days need or the sign the name the days need or the need or the based on such a day. A call a division of personnel on B that is the seat then. A call now kid a more double or capital the bell is in here. So Chayona at the on Panda Mr. Ice I Diego a teaching and so arbiters as loud or they do couldn't launch in head yet or that eggy a call AR Ecuador bashed out its call a global although peso art the kushi it's at so yeah a call this is a performance based program. Oh, and I see first tranche, yeah. A call what 26 million? 20 not
189.
Yes, nothing has had means of the bait and I called 17 the mean 17 also said the mean the that's on that 3 tranche station, yeah. According to D8 of the 80%. Say beta and not sure see we go put out in the vessel second tranche in about all these the put at that so say beta and see the other that all it's making about those performance space yeah. Okay, and I see it's kind of it's fine things so we have 10 years to do this. The other thing is that this is a matching requirement. Everybody that works with us, all that they have to find the match. So I'll tell you, the 88 million, anybody that we're partnering with, we have to find a 1-to-1 match. That means so 88 becomes 170 plus million. So the year of the art at the end, so the year of non-mission to find that match here. I put alcohol. Even now, though the reporting, so the corona on the show can get account that then get to the year vessel because this so we have to report to Treasury on this year. I said about Treasury, which not net or this and Honda machine like change labs so the banks are that the even chamber yinda nishiki topa na hu na to de so we get na nishiki oil we get ni do de de sha de is in the whole Oboshi, Emerson, maybe you can really walk them through the about so this is your binder, yeah. Please keep this, we'll keep adding to it. This is your SS or and it's Navajo Nation Small Business Credit Initiative. Now I was corrected by my staff. SSBCI the show no na show I Emerson, I'll turn the last 10 minutes to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scalanis, and good afternoon, honorable RDC members, board chair, Brenda Sotos. Thank you for this time. We could come here to give you a overview and a presentation about this new program entitled the State Small Business Credit Initiative, aka Navajo Small Business Credit Initiative, NSBCI. And up on the board there, and also in your books, there is a report there that I prepared over the weekend, just to give you highlights of kind of like the shell of the program. And then in all, there's 9 tabs there. I gave you supporting documents to reference, and I'll just go through this 9 points here on the report here, or you can look at it up on the board here in the PowerPoint. So the first part is background, and you can see that in March 11, 2021, Biden signed into law this Public Law 117.2, our America Rescue Plan Act. And in that section 3301 authorized that 5 million would go to tribal governments and 15 million in technical assistance reserved for tribal governments. Then July 6, 2021, the nation passed a resolution and they submitted a notice of intent to U.S. Treasury to begin the development of the Navajo SSBCI program. Since that time, from 21 to 24, the program was finally established on April 5th, when President Nygren signed the contract called the Allocation Agreement. And that started the wheel turning for the Navajo Nation. So there was some years we lost out as far as the 10 years. But that's important to know where we're at, because we'll have to work hard to make those 80% guidelines. And as Tony was saying, it's all performance-based, so we have to really work. The second part is program design, which is basically the $26,189,941 that we received after President Nygren signed April 5th. The money hit the bank account April 22nd at OOC, and the budget was eventually set into place by OMB, and then they credited the money to SSBCI K241500. And so that's a great accomplishment, given the process that was involved just to get this done, back and forth. And I attached all that information on the transmittal, and you'll see the dates back and forth, the process just to get here. So this is a big milestone. And then the next one here is the program positions, and the importance of the program and how it's accounted and reported for is reflected in these positions. A manager to oversee the program, senior accountant to reconcile the ledger with the new accounting system that we'll purchase, and then an auditor to ensure that all of the partners are in compliance with their loans and review. And then in the fourth part here, this is the organizational chart. And in here, we discussed this, how we were going to approach this. And we, through our discussion in meetings, Mr. Chi, our ASO, recommended we put the SSBCI program under support services just because of the language. And as a result, we didn't have to bring the plan of operation back to RDC for that discussion and long process of change. And so that we're able to move forward in the FY 25 budget process by putting the SSBCI under support services. And that qualifies because currently we have KPOC, which is the Kerrigan Office Building. And then we also have the PIDF fund under support services. And then in program 5, to help you understand the different parts to this, I created that's where all the supporting documents are. Priority 1, priority 5, priority 6, priority 7, priority 8, priority 9, 10, and
5 minutes left.
okay. And priority 12, request for software management. You can look at those documentations as a reference, and as Mr. Scalanis was saying, we're going to add to this. The more information we learn and we understand, we're going to share that with you so that we all have a good understanding, and then we work together to make sure we establish a revolving fund after 10 years. And then number 6 is program priorities. And these are all the key priorities. There's 12 of them there. And I basically just summarizes the things that have taken place. SSBCI allocation agreement signed by the president. Tranche run was received 4/22. We created the SSBCI budget. OMB posted it to FMIS on 6/10. The internal control policies are really important. Those are final draft is in place. And you can look at that and you can see our process. What's DED's responsibilities? What's the lender's responsibilities? All of those are pulling from the regulations to create the internal control policies. And then we'll modify that. And it's important because when the auditors, if we qualify to be tested, they're going to want to see our policies, and they're going to see all of our information, all of our data. Then they're going to test that for compliance. So that's really important for us to have in place. And then also we got approval from DPM to advertise in the Navajo Times. So that's in that tab 8. And then for cross-reference, the subrecipient agreement between the Navajo Nation and Change Labs. All of the contract terms are there. You can read that and become very familiar with how it's all going to work. And then there's also a email that I included. And this is just an example of our process because they lost our contract for almost 20 days at OOC. Then they found it, then they wanted the original, and I said, no, we already gave you a PDF. So now we're back to working with PDF. They don't want the original anymore. So that is a challenge, but that's just for reference. And then the other part, the big part that's also important is this big education. So on the 6th of June, we had a forum at Twin Arrows Casino. Honorable Jesus was there and Ms. Claw. They were there to participate. So that was a good information provided to everyone, the kind of like the process, how it's going to work and so forth. We have that in PowerPoint as well that I sent to you, and we can we'll modify that as we go along. And then this week we also started virtual workshops. So Alicia Murphy is doing the virtual workshops so that you can click on there and just start to play that at your convenience, and you'll start to gain more information. So all of this will be helpful for you to read and understand. And then the last one, number 12, is we issued an RFP for acquiring accounting and reporting software. This is important. The cost, we got a quote from one vendor. It was about $125,000. So that's we needed to follow procurement. So RFP was done. We're gonna have a meeting tomorrow to look at the bids and then make a selection. And then that's already budgeted up here in the budget. When you look at the line items, you'll see that there's money set aside for the software. And And then number 7, program requirements by July 8th. So as Mr. Scalanis stated, we have a performance that we have to do things by July 8th. They gave us 90 days to do things. So one of them is hire program staff or the subrecipient contract signed between the nation and Change Labs. That will be a check if we do that one first. And then after that, we can do the payment of $7 million to Change Labs. So that's important for us to meet that July 8th. And then the acknowledgements, the team, Mr. Scalanis, Elaine, Beatrice, Alicia, Tyrone Chief, former employee Doug Capitan, all of the RBDO managers.
Mr. Horst,
Yeah,
how much more time would you say you need?
I'm done. I'm just about done. I'm
Okay.
just done, just doing the last ones here.
Huh? 5 more minutes? Is that okay?
Okay.
Ashpiga, 5 more minutes?
Mhm.
Okay.
So, and then also DOJ, we've worked, every week and day with, the attorneys assigned to us. Catherine Bazowski, Francis Soberg, Julianne Begay, Lillian Schwalz. And then the outside attorney is Pilar Thomas. She is the, kind of like the anchor for us because she really has, the strength of this program. And so she has provided some very good analysis on the whole background of SSBCI, giving us advice which way we should go. And these are really important communication, attorney-client privilege communication. When you read these documents that she wrote, she is explaining what's the best route to go. And so all of that is guided by those attorneys to help us make the best choice with the short amount of time. And then Mr. Scalanis wanted us to know all the partners for US Treasury, and we have a whole team of people that join in these meetings on a weekly basis, including the attorneys, including the staff. And we continually meet each week, going over these questions, all of the questions related to the 12 priorities. So it's a constant wheel turning. And then to get back to the education, at the Twin Arrows, number 11, that all began back in October. Heather Fleming came from, her and her staff showed up at the conference room. And we started talking about how we can present the information, all that's going to be the same thing. And so we began the discussions. And so this weekly meeting started. And eventually it came to this June 6th forum. So all of these people involved with planning how we're going to do this. The RBDO managers all went to Tuba for a meeting. We did Zoom, and all of the presentation was then created into this PowerPoint. And then this basically became our phrase. We sat there, we looked at all of these terms and ways to state what this was about. And we chose weaving success into Navajo business. And so all of these 125 slides that you have copies of is just the overview. So this is really good. This started by, there's Tony. You guys can look at him. So this started from October of last year because we wanted to be on the same page. And so lots of input, lots of people were involved in building this information. And then it also then included Dene Chamber of Commerce. So there's been constant meetings, and then Change Labs, they're very agile. They can make decisions fast. They can get money, and they pay for most of the marketing. And versus us, we're like a big tank. We barely turn. But Change Labs, they're going to be the ones that are going to make the first touchdown, because they have a process already. They already are doing this. It's just a different funding source. So they'll be able to get to the goal line first, and then we'll follow. And then the last one is are in here the number 10, yeah, so number 10, the contract, subrecipient contract between Navajo Nation and Native American Bank is to begin this week, because Native American Bank accepted. They signed it and sent it this morning. So in the folders under tab 10, you'll see the president, Joel Smith, signed the contract. So now we're gonna take that through the 164, and so we have our partner. And it's all to say, this is really important because the lenders are the underwriters. So they'll take the risk assessment away from us and do the underwriting and say, this is a good loan, this is a bad loan. Then we decide which program to use for that purpose.
Mikoshi,
Thank you.
thank you for your report, gentlemen. 5 minutes, speak honestly, but that's all, but pretty much you shared the highlighted information. Am I correct, gentlemen?
Yes.
Mikoshi? So with that, colleagues, I would need a motion to accept the report.
Motion.
Honorable Speaker, so may I get a second? Second. Honorable Claw. Thank you. And committee members, do we have any questions on the Navajo SBCI? Honorable Arso.
Why Native American Bank? They treat Navajo citizens applying for loans. Or especially housing. You're out on the interweb pushing for loans that help Native Americans through the Section 8 process and things like that, and making them jump through hoops. And my thought is, in this round, you have Navajo business applying for, I think for Navajo businesses that are running right now have a better chance getting the loan, because they have a better chance to provide their stability of what their what products that they sell and what they want to do. But with a new business, I doubt, even our own tribal enterprise was asked to waive sovereign immunity. They asked that. And then they asked that, and the reason why was due to the fact that it was on tribal trust land. So how, if you know, this is just based off of one of the enterprises dealing with Native American Bank. And to get that waiver of tribal sovereign, they not a limited waiver, they wanted true waiver of sovereign immunity. And we had to get that through council or get that through the standing committee. So now my thought is how will you, if Native American Bank decides to do this, you know, are they gonna make those requirements to waive sovereign immunity on tribal trust land? Because they already you know, they're already practicing that. And one enterprise had to do that. The other is the Section 8 housing law. It may not, it has nothing to do with the SSBI money. But Navajo citizens that have that has come to me regarding applying for mortgage, you know, financing a home on Navajo, was told the same thing. Well, you have a home site lease that's on tribal trust land. We need a guarantee that we get our money back. But in this case, how are you guaranteed to make sure that they do not do that to our Navajo businessmen? Because when you look at the home site part, person gets a loan, they would want that home site up for collateral. You have to borrow from Paul, you have to put up something. So that collateralness, but Navajo, and my question to them at that time was that. Why isn't it that you're not working with that jurisdiction? Oh, we don't want to work with Navajo courts. That was what I was told. So in this case, if they're there to back up loans. And being that this is a good loan and things like that, how are they gonna deal with our Navajo citizens? Because that's an issue that's gonna be coming. You have they have a rap sheet dealing with Navajo. Even not, I know that at one point, the Navajo Nation, we have interest inside Native American bank. 1 million invested on this, and that came back to my mindset. Why isn't it that they're not working with our people pertaining to these services? I guarantee you, we apply right now for just a bank loan through Native American Bank. They're gonna make us jump through hoops. They're not gonna help us. They're just there because of the $88.7 million. Hey, there's some money there we can make some money off of. I'll go up in this. So leading on to that, has there been any other banks that has submitted their request through the RFP? And how many banks that many, because just going down to Native American Bank, just because it says Native American, no. They've been really working and they don't have good, I guess, partnership with the Navajo Nation. It's horrible. And especially those Navajo citizens that apply for loans through it. Even that, and this is through HUD dollars. They're making them jump through hoops. And coming back, they're like, it's easier to get a finance from who the finance company that these homes, that these home companies provide. It's easier getting a finance from Native American Bank will make you jump through a hoop. Yes, we can approve it, make you go through this long process and then they, oh, we can't help you. But again, these dollars are from, working with HUD and things like that and here to Indian country for $18. So those are just some of my issues with Native American Bank. I don't see that they are really truly a Navajo friend because of just the way they do business. And the entity they asked to waive sovereign immunity was Navajo Hospitality. Get along. If it's Native American Bank, they should be able to feel comfortably and adhere to Navajo law to say, okay, we will be able to administer what we need to get inside your courts. But in this case, no. They wanted to hear those court cases, not in the state of Arizona, not on the Navajo Nation, but the bank, or I think it was the state of Oklahoma, where the main place is from. So as an example, if hospitality bellies up on their loan, they would be heard with the state of Oklahoma, not Navajo jurisdiction. So maybe that's something that the Native American Bank needs to clarify, because right now you're in the crucial state of the 164 process. So if they belly up, these Navajo entrepreneurs, are they going to be answering in the state of Oklahoma? Say, hey, we vouched this money, you owe us this money, and this is what you have to repay us back. And the Navajo citizen who may have the apply for these loans has to answer things in the state of Oklahoma's jurisdiction. Or wherever they're from. I think they're from there, Oklahoma. So that's an issue. I really hope that you you guys, thought about that. Because if I were a businessman, business person that thought that I have to answer my banking, legal issues in the state of Oklahoma, I would say no. That. And meaning that we're not gonna be able to spend this money down over here, this 88.7 million. But the 88.7 million is a, opportunity for them to harness some, service fees off of it. Maybe if we could look at other banks that actually work with Navajo, such as Key Bank. Key Bank was a true Navajo alliance. Key Bank said, okay, public safety, I will float a $60 million bond. Anything then that we will settle on Navajo jurisdiction. So that's what I'm getting to. Because the majority of your customers will be from Navajo. They could there. Because like I said, if I was a businessman and I had to answer any legal issues in the state of Oklahoma. There's something going on there. So it is Shaban case. That's out of the whole thing that you have presented. That is my one thing that I do not support working with Native American bankers. Maybe if they're on the line, maybe they're listening. But Native American Bank, there's issues. And I think that I was looking at it, they really cater to tribes that have per cap tribes. They basically what they need. If they don't pay up, they route it back to the per capita. And that's how they intercept their monies. But on Navajo, how are they gonna intercept debt? I think it's just something that they said, hey, there's opportunity there on Navajo, of course. There's opportunity for us to make some money from Navajo. And that's the reason why they're there. But I personally don't support Native American Bank at this time, containing that to be your only source. Even if they apply for it to be your only source. Because these monies came down the pipeline in the name of economic development for Native Americans. And if it was a personal loan, yes, a personal loan, if I were starting my own business and I wanted to tie myself to the jurisdiction of the state of Oklahoma, that's a personal decision. But these are monies that came in on behalf of the Native Americans and through American Rescue Plan. But we need to make sure that our Navajo citizens are protected. I thought fishing for the goal. It thought that нас planet now it does that. Also in the voting la for the being but not be caution because it's gonna come down to that. So that's just my issue there, Shannon. Out of everyone, out of the council, the 24 council, I'm the only one that have that. I mean, and just for me speaking, I have an issue with Native American banking. They're not Native American friendly. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shiash, Honorable Otter. So right now, I'd like to go ahead and yield the gavel over to Vice Chair.
Okay, I'd like to thank you for your presentation. And I'd like to give before we go on to Chair Seuss' comments and questions, I'd like to respond to Speaker So's comments and questions. Mr. Grant.
Thank you, Honorable DC and Mr. Honorable also. As far as the process to select Native American Bank, we did an RFP. And the only response was from Native American Bank. And so we met with them and then we gave them an offer. And then they accepted as of this morning. And so that will go through the 164 process, the contract that is. And then the president will have to sign that contract. And then as far as the loan program, there's two components. an LG and LP, they call it loan guarantee and loan participation. And so I always use my ISO. He says he's gonna retire, Mr. Chi. And that he's gonna retire, and thinking, well, what are you gonna do after that? And so all the staff and support services are men. So he's from Greasewood, and I tell him he's gonna open up a brewery at Burnside there in the shopping center. And he has some equity, maybe 50, 100,000. It's gonna cost 500,000. And so he has 100,000 in cash in his 401k. Then he's gonna get a loan for the other part. And then maybe the nation will guarantee $200,000 of that. So now he has enough from the reserve pool, because we'll use a portion of the 18 million or the 26 million to guarantee that loan. And now the lender which would be NAB, would be comfortable because his credit is good. He has 100,000 in equity. The nation guaranteed 200,000, and NAB is going to put in 200,000. So now he has his $500,000 loan package, and then he opens up his brewery. And then the council would pass a resolution saying only he can sell it at his brewery in Burnside. And so that's an example of how the uniqueness of the program is. It takes away the risk and helps the lender feel comfortable in providing that loan. I don't know so much about the past relationship with the Native American Bank. The third part to this is the partner change labs. They're going to do smaller loans up to $1 million. Our capacity is up to $20 million. So Change Labs wanted to partner with Native American Bank, but Native American Bank wanted to do large loans. So in our relationship with NAB, we'll be able to do larger loans up to $20 million. And based on our current needs right now, that should go pretty fast. When we package something as to that amount, that cap of 20 million. So NAB wasn't interested in the smaller loans that Change Labs was option 2. But they do have partners with Nusenda Credit Union and also CDFI out of Phoenix. And then there's a third bank. So they have 3 partners they made relationships with. So yeah, we want to do partnerships with more banks. And it's just a matter of our relationship and then showing our experience. And, Navajo CDFI is a potential partner as well. So that could be looked at the next tranche 2. We could start developing that as well. And then Mr. Scalanis is interested in the venture cap portion to that. We could do that same model also in the BIDF fund under direct investment. So there's a lot of options we have here. It's just those are the current stats where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. Speaker So, do you have a follow?
Just this, we know that you indicated that they're interested in the larger loan and trying to make it possible. And as you alluded to your example, there's not really many Navajos that have excellent credits. That's what I'm getting to. And if they're gonna be given the bigger loan, that really takes S or X out of the component, the Navajo citizen. Because the smaller the Change Lab is gonna be doing the smaller loan, and I think that's where most of the positive impact will happen. But with the larger loan capacity, that's I guess that's where my issue will be. Is that that type of issue may begin to develop there. How many Navajos would depend, would apply for $20 million loan. Maybe like a construction company, or maybe like, a big company like, maybe just as an example, maybe like, NECA. Maybe they want to expand or whatever. But again, what I'm getting to is that, what's the capability of actual Navajo citizens, applying for this? Is that portion gonna be given to, transfer non-Navajos on the reservation? To develop? I don't know. I think that's not easy. But it's a loan program and, to utilize these dollars within the, if I remember correctly, saying within 10 years. And, Jesse, okay, so yeah, that's all I have. Out of everything there, that was the only red flag I got was Navajo City, Native American Bank. It's the issue of waiving sovereign immunity. And even coming to the enterprise and say, you need to waive sovereign immunity and subject yourself to Oklahoma jurisdiction. That is the issue. Because the enterprise can do so much, but to waive sovereign immunity, it requires counsel to do that. And if you're gonna do, require that, and they already practice it with hospitality enterprise. They wanted it waived. That's what we gave them. So, my fear is that they're gonna want a Navajo citizen that applied for it to do the same thing. So what if I subjected you to, said, okay, Mr. Horace, you're gonna be subjected to New York law, we're gonna waive it today. As a Navajo citizen, you're gonna say, Navajo Nation abandoned me. Sovereign immunity that the STN. That's what these Navajo citizens are gonna be asking. And I don't want to subject them to that. I want to make sure that they are subjected to Navajo jurisdiction. Everything will be settled here in our courts, not in the state of Oklahoma. Here on Navajo. And I really hope that, that the contract indicates that it is subjected to a Navajo jurisdiction, not Oklahoma jurisdiction or New York jurisdiction, our jurisdiction. Because we have a court system, a beneath unseen. I think that our justices can make those determinations, whether it's a district judge or a associate chief justice, or under the chief justice's ruling. And we want to make sure that everything is settled here within the Navajo jurisdiction. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Stoll. This time I'd like to give the floor over to Chair Seuss for questions and comments.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. So with that, I too have a lot of concern, and that's the reason why I have requested a report to RDC at today's meeting. I've been a part of the dialogue that you all had at Twin Arrows, and then also the overall dialogue in Santa Ana last week. My first question going to the both of you is consultation with the controller and the investment committee. Who is on your team in regards to these decisions that you are making? I hope Controller McCabe is a part of this, and as well as investment committee. I don't know how often you meet with them, because $21.1 million is a lot of money. The second question I have is, and it's in the same line of concern that Speaker So had mentioned with Native American Bank. Native American Bank does not fully understand the structure of Navajo Nation. And several years ago, when I was program manager for Eastern RBDO, the Crown Point Hotel, the business venturers had all their capital given to them through the sales tax and PTF. They went to Native American Bank and there was a loan structure for them. sovereign immunity had to be waived and that the collateral, they would hold the lien to the land of the building. Until we got our legal counsel involved from Department of Justice, they were given a stop there and they were ready to sign the contract. So again, this is a grant that was coming from Navajo Nation, so technically they really don't understand between grant and I'm sure they understand the loan aspect of it. But I really think that there is concern, and Ms. Shannon Ward was there in Albuquerque or Santa Ana last week, but I think that with just one bank coming in and submitting a proposal, it's not competitive. We need to possibly look for another vendor that would be competitive. And the reason why I raised this issue is because the long-term strategy here is supposed to be that these funds that are coming back that are being repaid by these business ventures supposed to become unrestricted money. That's going to come back to Navajo Nation coffers in hopes that these monies can be put back into the DED program or another program to start getting that economic sustainability that we talk about. So again, it's very important that we really need to relook at. And I don't see an actual contract that is signed between the president and the person you mentioned, Mr. Smith. So when is that contract going to be really signed by president through the executive review process that president has? That's question 2. Number 3 is do we have a final contract as well signed between the Navajo Nation and Change Labs? Tukwila Sheep and Nade Kidip. And we're going to be giving them part of the money, giving them part of the responsibility to be a lending institution to our Navajo people. What is the status on that contract? That's number 3. Number 4. The reason why I'm bringing up these concerns is when I was with Division of Economic Development, there was a findings on the Business Development Fund infrastructure loans. So many people were given loans and yet there was criterias, but due to political pressure, these people that didn't even meet the minimum requirements got loans. They never paid back. People walked away with hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I don't know if Division of Economic Development is even implementing this corrective action plan. And then we look to our Navajo CDFI. There's probably so many write-offs there as well, so we can't depend on Navajo Community Development Fund infrastructure too to be part of the lending process. So if economic development can't even get a corrective action plan before Resources and Development Committee reviewed by Auditor General's Office and Department of Justice, I do not see that economic development holds that capacity to be able to give out these $20 million loans. That is question number 4. Number 5, the vetting application, the flow chart process. I have not seen that. The reason why I say this again, it's back to the default process. What do you have in your provisions under default? Are we just going to do charge off or liquidation? Because I know that was the biggest issue with the BIDF loan. People couldn't go after these. Navajo Nation couldn't go after these people that defaulted on their loan because there was no provision in there. And that still needs to be shared with us. So a flow chart from start to finish with a provision of default process. And that would have to be possibly tax and finance unit on how do we properly do that to have that due diligence. The last one is the RBDOs. You invited them to your session, but the only concern that I have with the RBDO staff is that They said that they didn't see this coming. They're already overstacked with a lot of issues and being collectors on business site lease default fees. And they want to know that you as a division director and the CFO of DED to re-strategize and reorganize that org chart to where you could have a department that is just fully responsible for it. But I really think that the controller's office investment committee need to be at the forefront or even alongside DED on how to properly structure this, because we say we got $88.7 million, but it comes in 3 tranches. What if we don't spend 80% of that 26.1 million? We're never going to get the second tranche. You know, so these are the questions, you know, we're looking at, you know, the safety and that these funds go to the businesses that need these loans for any startup cost or fees that they have to pay, whatever it is. And so if Native American Bank will be lending, let's just say, what example was given as $20 million. And that's the highest amount of loan. But is the structure to where the private lender is going to be upfront, not through sweat equity, but through their capital, at least 20%? How does that structure look for your loan participation? So those are the questions that I have, because just listening to the dialogue from the Twin Arrows to Santa Ana, this poses a big concern for me. So, Shanatani, so back to you, Vice Chair. Those are just questions, concerns I have.
Thank you, Chair Seuss. Give it back to the presenters for your response and comments.
Okay, thank you, Will Jesus. Can you restate number 2 question? I wrote down everything and I missed number 2.
Question number 2 is in regards to Native American Bank.
So question number 1 was need more banks. Correct.
No, sir. Question number 1 was, how often did you consult with the controller, McKay, and the investment committee?
Okay, first question. Thank you, Honorable Jesus. And we are on a constant dialogue with the OOC because they're an integral part of this. We are in setting up meetings to discuss the reserve pool and how that will work with Change Labs and also the nation. The reserve pool is the set aside from the loan guarantee. And so, yeah, they're a important part of our process. We I just met with John Bunnell last Wednesday, and they're discussing, they had questions on the 9/30/23 audit. So constant contact with OOC, Mr. McCabe, as well as Tony. He talks with him directly as the division director. But they're going to be an important part of establishing the reserve pool, and that is in progress. The second question is related to more banks. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
So we can do an RFP to extend the applications of banks. That was our second extension back, and the only bank that applied was Native American Bank. And so given our constraints on time, we made the selection to go with Native American Bank. That is just as of today. That just came in an email as an offer and acceptance. So the whole contract has to go through the process and before the president will sign. So that we haven't even begun that contract through the 164. status of change lab contract, correct? Next one. That is referenced in the booklet there. That is still stuck at OOC. If you reference the email, remember they under tab under tab 6 and 7. 6 basically talks about the discussion. We lost it. And so now they want questions on the fringe rate benefit. The fringe benefit rates, that is not correct. But what it's quoting on the email that I just received from contract accounting, that's not correct. So that's the status of the change labs contract. And also in there, you'll note that Mr. Skalanis also signed a sole source procurement of change labs. That's also in there reference so that you could read that. In reference to the next question, the IDF, correct? Finding on the IDF, people never paid back, and that is correct. We just completed an investigation with the DOJ litigation unit and Office of Auditor General, Helen Brown. And that took several months, and they have a report that is not a good report of the BIDF fund and the employee that oversaw that role under BIDF. And that is correct. There is a large amount of loans that have to be written off, totaling about $3.8 million. So there's concerns there, and so we are working in addressing the corrective action plan. One of those is the internal control. So right now, the collection officer title that doesn't, it's not an accountant that will reconcile the FMIS with the loan ledger and then provide the due diligence there on a monthly basis. So Mr. Skalanis signed off on the reclassification of the collection officer to a senior accountant. Then that person will make sure that we have the monthly reconciliation in the FMIS to the loan ledger system. And the current person that was in that position transferred to another department, which is OOC. So there's a concern with that transfer based on the information we received from Helen Brown's findings. And I'll share that with you, with each of the members. I'll send it to Mr. Rodney, and then you can see the findings, and there is material evidence. And so in that, since that person has been in that position since 2009, okay, that has been a finding and a concern. Okay. Flow chart of loan process, start to finish. Okay, that is the process will be similar to the BIDF fund in that the applicants will go into, say, Shiprock, and they'll start their process. And it'll come through us, and then it'll go to the lender for review and then determine whether or not it's going to be a loan. So it'll be very similar to that, Madam Jesus. And then as far as 7, RBOs, they didn't see this coming and overwork. And at the forum, there was that was the question that was brought up, and that there was enough sufficient funds to give to support the administration of this program, and that's across the board. That's true. The allocation or the set aside is 5% for the first tranche, 3% it decreases in the second tranche, and 3% in the third tranche. So we'll have to decide how to structure this so that there's staff there to support the program as we implement it over the next years. And there's a when you look at the reports from Treasury, the Navajo Nation or all the Indian tribes received 500 million. The Navajo Nation received the most, based on 88.7 million, based upon a census. And if you recall, the 2020 census was like $170,000. I mean, 170,000 people, Navajo citizens. But when we did the ARPA hardship checks, our census was a lot higher, about 417,000 Navajo citizens. So I don't believe that allocation was done correctly because they have to have used the 2020 census. So it was already underfunded. And as I stated before, there should be 88.7 million for every local government times 110. So every local government should have received 88.7. And you just think about how much that would help that local economy. And then there's another report that's compares to what the states receive. And so West Virginia, the same size as the nation, received 243 million based on their census. So it's underfunded. So we have to determine how we're going to implement this successfully with our current staff. And we're already at a limited staff, under 60 staff at DED. So yes, we need more funds to hire more people so that we can provide this direct service. And then as far as the RBDOs, they are included in our discussions and our weekly discussions. So they have hands-on and they've all participated with all of the process. So that's a big shout out to them. So thankful that they're doing that. And then the last question I had is the controller's office needs to be involved. And I think I answered that in the first question, that they are involved. Also Jeremy Jimmy has been involved as well. He's provided analysis. He's provided comment. So he'll also comment on the reserve pool, how that should be handled. And then of course we bounce it off the auditors to KPMG to make sure that we're in compliance. Madam Chair.
Just to add on, closure and application, two things. One is that, the, oil schemes of indicated in the, banks, we can involve more. We tried to orientate more, yeah. We sat down, we had phone calls with, Baker, Oklahoma. I mean, we reached out to numerous banks and, we orientated them. But a lot of them, I think a lot of this is the timeline, the crunch timeline. We didn't have enough time to, because we extended it and it was really odd scheme for the change we'll be negotiating this agreement with the banks, yeah, and we can really address the concerns expressed here. This is, there's a lot of negotiation. I mean, we're hired, we're the ones doing the hiring, The other part is that, and I brought this up and I know, several delegates have heard my concern is that, so it doesn't never cut though, I think even in the AIDS. That's the thing here is we really, so there's a lot of folks, you guys know, some of you know, like, these big enterprises, these big companies, not enterprises, companies, and they're already lining up saying that, they're eligible, but that 20 million is at the top of them. That's like the biggest loan size. But what we're shooting for more is maybe like 1 million to 5 million range, And we want this for Navajo. That's what I keep reiterating to the team is that we have to look at Navajo companies. Not the big companies that already have all the advantages, they don't really even need this. These larger companies, they really have all the advantages. So, and I know Change Labs have that same mindset too. is that, so that the Navajo Enterprises, we caught each, you know, so there's some work that still has to happen with that.
Thank you, Honorable Casey. Just to address the comment from, Honorable So regarding, the checking credit and so forth. In slide 55 that you'll have a copy of that, Mr. Tate will send to you. It describes how Change Labs will use the loan guarantee. And they have, two parts to the program. A program that's called kinship lending, so. And in that kinship lending, it's up to 50K. And there, they don't pull the credit. They just base it on the person's character. And they base it on the person's character, but yet the credit union, you send that, is still gonna underwrite it and still gonna pull their credit, but it's not based on their credit. So they'll be able to get started, and then they're going to provide technical assistance to help them to be successful. And that's the other component that's part of this. It's a 1-2 punch, you know, your loan, technical assistance. So you need all of that to be a successful entrepreneur. But that, I hope that addresses your question on credit. It's not all based on credit with this program that's offered by Change Labs.
Thank you. Go back over to Chair Seuss for follow-up.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And then also thank you, gentlemen, for those responses. Again, you know, this is a concern. So one of the questions that I have is, so let's just say in this scenario, it would be Change Labs and Native American Bank that would be pretty much managing that loan participation program, where they're the underwriters. They have that ongoing monitoring for this loan participation, loan guarantee program. So the underwriting part of it, that lies under Change Labs, and let's just say if we select Native American Bank, it's their responsibility, right? And then also monitoring portfolio monitoring for these business people that get their loans. Is that how I know that this operation is going to happen? Vice Chair.
Chair Seuss, understand?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Casey and Honorable Seuss. That is correct. The lender will be the underwriter. The lenders, they call it the participatory lenders. They'll be the ones that will underwrite it and manage the portfolio of the loan and do all of the collections. And then there's sharing of fees in the structure. And then for the guarantee, it's a little simpler. We just set aside. So for Mr. Chee's example, we're just going to set aside 200,000 for his venture. And then that we just allocate that and reduce that in the event that he defaults, if he defaults. So yeah, the underwriter, the lenders, the banks will be the ones doing the administration.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chair Seuss, do you have any follow-ups? This time I'll give the floor over to Honorable Claude.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the presentation. And I do have some concerns regarding the BDIF non-compliance groups. I think that there has to be a filtering process for those that are still outstanding with their balances. They do need to be red flagged so that they are not applying for these funds that have become available. That's the first thing. So I would like to see the flow chart of how you plan to eliminate those companies from double dipping and getting into more funds when they have not paid back. That's the first thing. The second thing is that with such a large amount of money under the division, one of the things that I foresee happening is we will have companies that are going into energy that will be applying for the funding, but will not be reporting to the Navajo Nation. And as you know, the Navajo Nation still has yet to figure out a vetting process for energy companies, and so I feel that there has to be communication happening. So that we are aware of energy companies that are applying for some of these funds to contribute to their projects. So we know that there's different projects that are happening, some at the local chapter levels. A lot of these companies are really making demands and really pushing their local governance to say that they're local governance and they don't have to abide by Navajo Nation process and procedures. So with that being said, I want to know how you will be working with the Department of Justice to send notification if a business is going to be requesting for some of these funding opportunities for energy projects. That would be one thing that I wanted to ask about, if you have thought about that, or if there's been discussion with the Department of Justice on that. And I think the last thing that I wanted to say is that there was discussion at Twin Arrows, and I know that we were talking more. A lot of discussion was happening on small businesses. And then one of the things that did come up was the procurement procedures. So some of these businesses are in default and they owe rent or they owe money on their lease. So I think that even that we need clarification to see how we will move forward. Because I do support small businesses, but I think that we need to try to ensure that everyone is on the same page so that we can go ahead and bring that up and not just leave it on the wayside and hope that it remedies itself. So those are the three things that I wanted to bring up. And I'll go ahead and turn the microphone back over to Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Claw. Mr. Emerson Verse, you can respond.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Casey. And Honorable Claude. As far as the write-offs, the red flags, that can be put in there as part of the flow chart. To show that we don't give loans to prior customers that have defaulted on loans. That will be we can do that. And then as far as vetting energy companies, there's a couple things that are in the two things that are important documents. One is the conflict of interest policy. So we have a conflict of interest policy that ensures that what we're doing is the correct thing. And then the second part is the lender agreements. Those two documents, actually, there's going to be three: a conflict of interest policy, a lender's agreement for LG, and a lender's agreement for LP. You'll get that and add that in your folders. And that has the bulk of all of the information that the attorneys have put together and addresses a lot of the concerns. And if there's something there that you don't see that's not there, we can add it with that. After you review that and see that, but that's when you study these is the bulk of the information. The lender agreements, very important documents, and addresses a lot of concerns. So I'll also send that to Mr. Tate, and you can add it in as an insert into your folder, as well as the conflict of interest policy.
DOJ working.
Oh, and of course, DOJ is the centerpiece. They're the ones that create those documents. And so, yes, they'll be the ones to advocate for us to protect our interests, the nation. And then the other one was the procurement policy. Yes, that's important as well. That will be part of that procurement policy. The language in reference to following the procurement. Honorable Claude.
As far as that concludes your response?
Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Claw, follow.
Okay, so follow up, in conclusion, I just want to say that, we as a council, we move forward with our legislation 0111-24. In there were several projects that pertain to C-stores for the Navajo Nation. My understanding is that that was line item vetoed by the president today. And then in addition to that, I know that DED will be bringing forth the 5-year plan. And so I think that we somehow need to relay this information about lending opportunities to a lot of those businesses that are on that 5-year plan. And so that process needs to begin now so that they're not relying solely on the permanent trust fund, CHSN, and then also the BACT. So I think that we need to look at that 5-year plan and see who could be potential lendees so that we can start this process with them. I think that, you know, as Madam Chair stated, it's just not sweat equity, but you actually have to invest your own dollars. For too long, the Navajo Nation, these businesses have got handouts after years and years and years. And they look for opportunities like this to get additional handouts. And then they expect council delegates to give them funding again to create those gaps which they created by their lack of financial planning. So I just wanted to add that in, and also, you know, I think that would fall upon the division to look at that 5-year plan. And when you present that to RDC, I would say if you could make a note of which ones could potentially maximize this program, then that would allow us to see, hey, maybe this one doesn't need as much money. So I think that would be part of the homework that I would assign to the division. And then also that would just be my recommendation to the RDC committee. So I'll end with that. Vice Chair, if you have.
Thank you, Honorable Claude. Mr. Emerson Norris, response?
For Tony and I, that's a great idea. Thank you.
The 5-year plan is done and ready for legislation. We definitely can do that. And then there's a part in there where we look at owner's equity. And that's a big criteria, is that how much equity is that? And then a lot of the owners are providing equity, you know. But this is, like I said, most of these projects years ago used to be funded through owners' equity. They get their own financing. You know, the tribe would lease paper to infrastructure. But now it's really changed because of the banking, yeah. There's very few banks that lend. They used to lend more than the Salica. So this is our goal, is to change that dynamic, you know. And I really appreciate the discussion. I mean, that's a really good idea.
So that conclude your,
We will do it.
well, all right.
Yeah.
Chair Seuss?
Just a real quick follow-up, gentlemen. So in order to get a competitive proposal response, the reason why I say that is if you get at least 2 or 3, the offers are going to be diverse in terms of what they're asking for in their proposal. But with just one being from Native American Bank, you know, there probably would have been other banks out there that would have offered better proposals to Navajo Nation. So with that, Tony and Emerson, what was your advertising platform? Did you advertise like in the Albuquerque Journal, the Phoenix, Denver, or is it just Navajo Times? Could you please tell me how you did your advertising platform?
Chair Seuss, Mr. Emerson Norris?
You will see, and I will Seuss. The platform was through the OOC website. You go through purchasing works with you to design your RFP, and then you go through then to advertise. So the advertising is then posted on the website, OOC website. Everything is done through purchasing.
Chair Seuss?
Yeah, if it was advertised in some of these papers, I think that you would have gotten a higher response. Because how many banks are gonna look to Office of the Controller's website for, just being honest. So I know Keystone Bank, like Otto, Speaker So was saying, Navajo Nation works with too. So I don't know if we want to redo this again and get a better offer, I would recommend. So, yeah, that's all I have, Vice Chair. Thank you.
No.
No.
Okay.
Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you, Chair Seuss. This time I'll give the floor over to Honorable Simpson.
Here I have presenters, just a quick question. On your Navajo Nation loan guarantee loan participation program, internal policies, you say internal. I know certain policies within your department. I guess it's BDI policy. That was approved by RDC, right? Now, this right here, this policy here, it only says internal policy. I'm not sure why I didn't go to RDC to approve this internal policy. I don't think, when you say internal, then it is approved by probably the division director. But this is a policy pertaining to a good amount of funds, millions of dollars. So I'm just wondering why this was not presented to RDC for approval. This is my question, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, I've never tried to see chat.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. Yes.
Honorable Casey and Honorable Dan Simpson. Yes, you notice on the document it said draft. So it's a final, we got to the final stages of it. It hasn't gone through it's still draft stages. So it has all the nuts and bolts in there that we believe is necessary. Then we'll go through the next stages of approval, presentation, and so forth, so that you can comment on that.
The reason why I bring this up because Mr. Vice Chair.
Honorable Simpson.
The reason why this is the word internal. And when that term is used, usually it's approved administratively. So, when it goes, so this is go before RDC, right, for approval? Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson.
Honorable Casey and Honorable Simpson. I will confer with our attorney and verify that and confirm with you if it's necessary that we go through RDC for final approval.
Okay. And we want that in writing too, so.
Yes.
Thank you. Big up, Mr. Vice Chair, and RDC, Pat.
Honorable Simpson. Okay. At this time, I'd like to give you the floor for any closing comments. You guys good?
I thank you, Honorable members of the RDC. Yes, this is a great dialogue, and we'll look forward to more meetings with you so that we can cover all these bases. And this is my first time being before you, and so thank you. My password is still love my job, so I want to continue to love my job and help our people here. So
My job will go to your computer and.
Well, I just want to thank you for those ICE 주로 나도 기도 o unity 아기 좀 이나 바이아 거 이거보다 it's will incorporate your recommendations and which are very strong recommendations, and we look forward to updating you as this moves forward, and then we'll figure out how to stop the process and redo the advertising. And I agree with you on that. That's what we're doing with the positions. We're actually putting it in advertisement, paying for the advertising, and we expect a big pool of applicants. We just depend on the Navajo, banks or you, but then I know they want to do this, and I know there's a lot of people that want to work with Navajo, so they need to be aware. We can't put a bunch of simple, like, oh, I saw that, and a lot of them documented because they didn't have their own vetting, they didn't really have their proper process. And I know we had one meeting with Bank of Oklahoma, they're working with a lot of tribes. They're even starting lending programs for housing on tribal lands. A lot of stuff, and they've been their executives, but they didn't like the timeline, you know, the turnaround time. So we wanted to run it through our attorneys and I know. So I think that's really a wise recommendation, Shilpa. We'll do that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. At this time, colleagues, for closing, also.
Thank you. I really like to just say that look for more banks. Such as Key Bank. We know that they work with Navajo indirectly. We know that they're willing to settle things on Navajo jurisdiction. And those are actual relationships. And those are that's a company that actually understands travel trust land. But if you have a banking company telling you to waive the sovereign immunity, that tells you that they have no faith in doing business on tribal Indian reservation that is in trust status. They may do businesses on tribal Indian reservation that have fee land. That's different. But on tribal trust land, majority of Navajo that, you know, if any Navajo, you know, ever gets approved or deemed to be qualified, I hope that if Key Bank or if Native American Bank is there, they don't ask to waive sovereign immunity. Because I've seen it with Hospitality Enterprise. And the size of Hospitality Enterprise, you know, they're able to repay the loan. But they're asked to do that as an additional. And if we don't get this approved by Friday, next week Friday, your loan will be rejected. I think that was the timelines, and they didn't understand the travel process here. And then the other was that it really seemed like they didn't understand trust land, tribal trust land. And that's the issue. Because once they do the underwriting and want to hold you, once you sign on that agreement, they're gonna hold you to find a way to get that money out of you. And one was that I was going through the nation or going through a process, and lending companies were writing their own agreements on loans that are dealing with tribal trust land, where they said that they would say, we're gonna approve this loan for you until you sign right here. Or go to any of your elected official and have them sign this one, then we can deliver the home to you.
Yeah.
And that happens, and that, you know, they would go to a grazing officer, he would sign, okay, not reading the lines, but the lines would give up a lot of authority to the finance company to come in to do if the home is gonna be repossessed. And even at times when those agreements are signed, that Navajo's arm is tied up because some elected official has signed off on it without really reading the legal lines there. A lot of them do that. Will try to, and you really need Department of Justice to be a part of it, because that's the area that the repercussion, if any type of asset going after any assets of anybody that applied, they're gonna look at that. If the interest of it is not protected, they're gonna take them to town. If say if they got a loan on the modular building, they'll be sitting squat there, and one day the unit's there, the next day the unit's gone. And Navajo Nations and say, hey, you had to go by Navajo law. No, this is what the customer signed. So even you have to protect the Navajos into the Navajo candidates' interests if they apply for this loan, because we do not want to give sovereign immunity. So, that's my issue with Native American banks. But you need to find actual partners, and maybe when you guys get back, give Key Bank a call. Give Key Bank a call, because Key Bank, we're paying back a $60 million loan. A bond with them that they built the judicial public safety complex throughout the Navajo Nation. So that's the reason why I say that we have partnership with them and they're accepted to Navajo law. There hasn't been any issues from when the loan was given to today. The Navajo Nation has been paying on the loan each year. And we haven't had any issues with Key Bank. And that's the reason why on past previous council, they tried to work with Key Bank with many other issues. But this things will come up. So that's my interest, is that Navajo entrepreneur that's gonna apply. Or if it's a person say even if he or she gets a $10,000 loan that wants to invest in their in the product that they sell, and reaching out to other artists and buying a wholesale and then putting it out and taking it to a bigger market for sale. Things like that. How do we try to reach those guys? And I believe that's where Chain Labs comes in. There's Navajo silversmith. They applied for this. This would help them, buy silver. Today, price of silver is expensive. Actually, they go to Thunderbird and buy the silver, maybe a plate about the size, make a couple, but whatever they make, and then they feed their family, things like that. And on die, they go back and buy another piece of silver this size. But if we give an opportunity for Navajo silversmith to buy bigger quantity in silver so that he or she can produce the silver work at a greater multiple manufacturing, or they can do more with it. I don't know, so we pay back on the loan, they still have to live, they still have to how they're gonna run their business, because my mother-in-law, she's not educated. Very limited English, but she understands the financial market. In the Navajo language, they go She didn't go to school. But she goes, Navajo Washington, how can this help that those individuals like my mother-in-law that does that? Or is this for a whole different group? Is this really going to benefit the local people? I don't know. We'll see when they apply, because once they start applying, we'll see if any denials happen or approvals happen. Even with the good faith in the class, and look at the good faith kinship. Be careful how you name that. There's barter, there's trading. A handshake. Today, people don't honor handshakes. No handshake, but when you look at it, kinship, it holds you to that agreement. And that's the mechanism. Kinship is not about giving. Kinship is about, it's a trading mechanism. And that's how even arranged marriages happen. Was a mechanism to trade. Bringing that value into this family to improve the structure, the likelihood of that family there. Or if there was a rancher over there, and these guys are trying to get their crop, they bring in that person to help increase, produce the sheep or the cattle. I call even now, she later, they'll throw Navajo words out there to name things. Just be careful that, because the next ahon, Diego, the next ahon, Saha case, just like the term Wajidon, you ask anybody, oh, beauty weight. Wajidon has good and bad in it. Ya if not, he comes. Those are the terms that our Navajo elders utilize. It takes and gives. Business out of that. It takes and gives, takes and gives. You take those risks, you know, you may get a lot of potential of positive investments. Sometimes you take that risk, and there's no positive investment. Even now, I really hope that the local artisans, you know, to me, in my mind, this will benefit the local artisan or even the rancher. If the rancher wants to improve his or her herd, they can utilize this to buy bull, to buy equipment for the ranches, for the ranching. That way, they invest into it, they increase, they improve their herd, increase their herd, make revenue, make payment, and at the same time continue to nourish their lifestyle. Because every rancher, it's the same thing, it's a business. They may not have an 8 to 5 job, but they're out there on horse following that cow out there. Because right now, calving season just happened, branding just happened. They're looking forward to September to cattle sale. If the cattle market holds right now, the calving market will make good. Last year, out of about 15 calves, people got about that $21,000 with the cattle market so that's a business. Even now, for the top of the screen, I really hope that it's geared towards them. So, yeah, thank you very much.
You, Honorable Soul, I believe we're done with our closing at this time. Honorable members, thank you for your presentation. Dirk Scalina's and Mr. Emerson Harris, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it. And at this time, let's go ahead and take it to a roll call vote. Mr. Tahi.
Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Casey, Honorable Shauna Anfa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Rick Miz, how do you vote?
He's excused.
Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Great.
Mr. Vice Chair, you have 4 members present, 1 abstention and 1 absent. Excuse me, sorry.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, moving on to item 6, old business none. Number 7, new business none. Number 8, close of meeting.
Yeah.
Any announcements? Okay, we'll go to time I'll give some time to Chair Seuss for announcement.
Okay, so for announcements, again, we do have a grazing permit leadership meeting with BIA and the Navajo Nation tomorrow. Hopefully have a high volume of grazing officials and land board in attendance here at NDOT, and that starts at 9 a.m. Thank you, Vice Chair.
I'll be great.
Okay, moving on to adjournment.
Motion to adjourn. Second. Voting.
Okay, we got a motion by Honorable So and Honorable Simpson, motion to adjourn. Mr. Tahi, roll call vote.
Like your just members of RDC, this is roll call vote for adjournment at 4:55 p.m. Honorable Shauna Anfa, how do you vote? Honorable Brenda Jesus, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez, how do you vote?
Excuse.
Excuse. Honorable Danny Simpson, how do you vote? Three. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto, how do you vote? Wait. Otto votes green. Vice Chair Johnson, that's three in favor, zero opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Motion